Good morning. Please be seated. Thank you for your patience. I had proceedings in Escambia County that I had to take care of remotely this morning. Mr. Durrell.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir.
May it please the court, Dustin Durrell. Your Honor, my first client is Mr. Michael Lewis. Maybe touch briefly on Mr. Lewis.
You may, sir.
Historic downtown Crestview at 107 North Main Street. Call 850-683-1045.
CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer since 1999. We're state licensed and insured, family owned and operated with 24 years of local service. We specialize in shingles and metal, re-roofs, repairs, and leak specialists. For all of your roofing needs, call us today or visit our website at cqroofing.com. CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer.
Hey, I'm David at Family Vision of Crestview. We've been providing excellent optical service for Northwest Florida for over 34 years. Come in and let us take care of you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next is Mr. Jose Stella. Your Honor, recently received discovery of Mr. Stella's case. Still reviewing that. Would request a continuance.
Stay.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. One cycle.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
July 14th.
July 14th. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And last for me, Your Honor, is Mr. Jonathan Wright. Similar to Mr. Stella, just received discovery. Still reviewing that. Would request July 14th.
State.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Matters continued.
And if I may, Your Honor, Mr. Rare has asked me to cover for his client, a Ansel Sterling, 24 CF 2653, requesting a 2-cycle continuance. They just completed depositions with the officer. There was one no-show. Additionally, it appears the state...
Who was it that failed to appear?
I would have to defer to the state on that one, Your Honor.
And is that under Mr. Rare's name or is it under Mr. LaPella? Do you know?
He has both written at the top, Your Honor. I apologize. I know Mr. Rare was the one that handed me the
Ansel
notes.
Sterling. It's Mr. LaPella. Okay.
Judge, it was Agent Horn with FDLE that did not show. However, there was confusion about this because the Public Defender's Office had originally had the case and issued their subpoena. When Mr. LaPella took it over, though, the Public Defender's Office canceled their depositions. So I don't know if Mr. Horn was served by Mr. LaPella's office or not. He did show for other depositions that day.
Okay. Thank you.
The only additional notes Mr. Rare has states that they are still working to coordinate the next deposition dates.
That's correct. We added a witness on the 6th. We have no objection to continuance.
All right. Matter will be continued.
Is that a 2-cycle or 1-cycle, Your Honor? Mr. Rare was asking for 2-cycle.
State.
No objection.
All right. Matter will be continued 2 cycles.
Thank you, Your Honor. And that was September 8th. Thank you. And I believe that is all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Patel.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Patel.
Jay Patel on behalf of Andrew Lamantia, number 94 on my docket, 25 CF 439. It's the first time up, Judge. We need to set depositions. We can continue.
State.
No objection, Your Honor.
And just one?
Yes, Judge.
Matter be continued, Madam Clerk.
I want to make sure that once gets transferred back to Georgia, that he's on a clear path and not set up for failure.
Do we think we need the full continuance to do that, or can we set this in an intervening date and get the case moving forward?
I'd be okay if we
Because
wanted to,
at that point, it'll be a year old.
if we wanted to set it for one of the miscellaneous dates in June, I think is when the dates would be. I have no problem with that. We'll have it resolved by that time, Your Honor, I anticipate.
What days do you have available in June, Judge?
Madam Clerk,
The 12th or the 19th at 9?
Let's do the 12th.
6/12.
Next, Jay Patel on behalf of David Pearson, 24 CF 1310. Judge, we're working toward a plea. We've got a new offer that I've been discussing with my client. There are some issues relating to sex offender probation that I need to flush out with my client. If we can continue this to 7/14. Both sides anticipate this being a plea, but there are a lot of nuances relating to interstate compact and sex offender probation that we've got to iron out.
State.
No objection.
Mr. Pearson, right? David Pearson?
Correct, Judge.
And once again, by the time we get there, we'll be a year old at that point in time, right?
This one's just been a little challenging because of the nature of the style of case and getting the depositions done. We won't be ready by June, Judge.
All right. And the state's agreeable?
Yes, Judge.
All right, Madam Clerk. All right, 7/14.
Next, Judge Jay Patel on behalf of Daniel Stacy, 25 CF 568. It's the first time up. We need to set depositions. If we can set this for 7/14. I'm okay with a 2-cycle continuance too, because it's brand new, and we've got an out-of-state witness.
State.
I'm sorry, yes, no objection, Your Honor.
To what?
He asked for, to move it down the road.
I asked for 2.
Right. I mean, that's appropriate in the case. We talked about it before, I'm sorry.
2-cycle continuance?
Yes, sir.
And you believe under the circumstances presented, that's appropriate?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay.
September 8th.
Next, Judge Jay Patel on behalf of Ronald Joseph Toretta, 25 CF 280. Mr. Toretta retained me last Thursday, so I need to get the discovery from the state. He previously had the PD and then reset depositions. If we can.
Toretta, Ronald, Joseph?
Yes, sir.
All right, and we're still showing Mr. McKinney. Have you filed your notice of appearance?
I have, Judge.
Madam Clerk, can you see that yet?
Yes, Judge.
State.
I don't have an objection on the request.
All right.
We're gonna go to 7:14 on that day as well?
Yes.
Yes.
Next, Judge Jay Patel and Tim Shaw on behalf of Anthony Lee Yule. That's UHL 24 CF 797. It's under my name.
Yes, sir.
We have depositions set next month, if we can set this for 7/14.
No objection.
At next month. 14.
Granted.
Next, Judge Jay Patel on behalf of Alexander William Wallace, 25 CF 573. First time up, we're waiting, we haven't received all the discovery yet, if we can set this for 7/14.
What are you missing on the discovery at this point in time, Mr. Patel?
I don't believe that we've received all the paperwork and body cameras. I don't have my file on me.
State.
I'll review that, and if whatever I have, I'll send to him today.
All right. It's a good notice for all of us to check our phones, be sure they're silenced, okay? Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Patel, for you?
No, Judge, is 7/14 on Mr. Wallace's case? good?
Yes.
Okay. I have nothing further, may I be excused?
Laupudi.
Judge, that is, I believe it's the first time up, and we need to set depositions for that case.
Who is it, say again?
Last name is, go ahead.
It's number 57 on my docket. It's number 57 on my docket.
Ms. Reed?
Hi, good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Ms. Reed.
I'm also going to be covering Mr. Cotton's cases as well.
Okay.
I'll take mine first, but I do
All right.
have Mr. Cotton's notes, so I won't forget.
All right.
Okay, Judge, the first case I have is Claudio Solano. He has two cases on the court's docket, 25 CF 497, 29 CF 498. Waiver of appearance has been filed. I did speak to Mr. Snell briefly this morning about a potential resolution that I'm going to follow up with on an email. This is the first time up. I received discovery May 5th, so I'm asking for a one-cycle continuance.
No objection.
All right. Madam Clerk?
July 14th. July 14th, okay. Okay. Moving on, Your Honor, I have Jonathan Smith, that's 25 CF 532. I received discovery May 4th. I'm still reviewing that discovery. First time up, I'm requesting a one-cycle continuance.
All right. What are you waiting on the discovery?
No, Judge, I've received it. I'm just reviewing it. I
Oh, you're
received.
reviewing it?
Yes, I received it May 4th, Your Honor. So still reviewing it, need to bring my client in, and I have a proposed resolution that I need to get to Mr. Snell via email.
State?
No objection.
Madam Clerk?
Okay. Moving on, Your Honor, I have Autumn Renee Lusty, 25 CF 378. I was retained about two or 3 weeks ago. I have received discovery. I am reviewing discovery. This is Ms. Lusty's first time up, so I am requesting a one-cycle continuance.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
And my last case, Your Honor, is Mitchell McNabb, 24 CF 2631. Judge, I do believe we have all the discovery. I think that we've got the FDLE lab report as well. I'm coordinating with Ms. Dudley's office to set at least our first round of depositions. In this case, I believe my paralegal reached out sometime last week to the state attorney's office, so asking for a one-cycle continuance, and I don't believe there's an objection from the state.
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
All right. Well, this is kind of exactly where we were last time, right? So why haven't they been set?
Judge, that's going to fall on me. I was waiting for the lab report, and then after I got the lab report, I just had not reached out to the parties that be to set the depots, so that does fall on me.
All right. And the state's agreeable?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. It'll be continued then.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Moving on, Judge, I believe I'm moving on to Mr. Cotton's cases. He has, I believe, 3 on the court's docket, and if I did not mention all of my cases, there were waivers on file, Judge. Mr. Cotton's first case, waiver on file, Demi Martinez, 24 CF.
Hold on just a second. Let me get there, Mr. Reed.
Okay. And it's DMY Martinez.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Waiver on file, 24 CF 2107. Mr. Cotton has to leave that set for docket day for entry. It's either a plea or a PTI.
State.
That's correct, Judge.
All right, so ordered.
Okay. And Judge, what's that docket day, court day?
It's the 19th.
Okay, the 19th. Moving on, Your Honor, I have Mr. Cotton's second case, Dennis Rethmeyer, Rethmeyer, 23 CF 1613. Mr. Cotton has asked to leave that set for docket day for entry of a plea or a PTI, I'm not sure.
It'll be a plea.
Plea, okay.
No objection.
All right, so ordered.
Okay. And Mr. Cotton's last case I have, Judge, is Eric Miller, 24 CF 1927. I believe there were just a significant round of depositions done March 31st. So Mr. Cotton's asking for a one-cycle continuance, and I don't believe there's an objection from this state.
There's no objection. Actually, what occurred with the Miller case was I had listed, or my secretary by mistake had listed every single person that had been on the search warrant. So when I called Mr. Cotton, I said, why don't we reset these with just the essential witnesses?
Oh, okay, so those depots are being reset.
And I show Mr. Russell Ramey as counsel of record for Mr. Miller, not Mr. Cotton.
I think they were both on there.
Are they both? Are they co-counsel?
I've only talked to Mr. Cotton about it.
You've only spoken to Mr. Cotton? Okay. I'm not too certain, Judge.
The Madam Clerk's going to check that just to be
Okay.
sure.
Yes, I showed that they're both on the page.
Okay.
Okay, great.
And they just pulled the first.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so essentially what the state has said is that the reason there were so many on the March 31st deposition list is that the state had listed every single officer that appeared for the execution for the search warrant. They've reset those depots to do only the essential witnesses.
And I don't know if they've been reset, but I know that we moved those depositions and state relisted their amended discovery with just the essential witnesses.
Okay. Or categorized them differently, yeah.
Okay. We'll continue at one cycle, Madam Clerk.
July 14th at 9 a.m. All right, Judge, and that does conclude my business. May I be
All right,
excused?
thank you, ma'am. Good day.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Gates?
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Gates.
Your Honor, the first case I have is Gabriela Lopez, 24 CF 2273. We've taken the deposition of law enforcement the manager of the alleged victim business did not have a current address, and we have that now, and we've set the deposition for June. So we'd ask for a one-cycle continuance to July 14th.
That's correct, Your Honor. The state would have no objection. We were able to get a new address, and we provided that to Mr. Gates, and they reached out, and we set that post for June, so we anticipate a resolution before that July date.
All right.
Next case I have, Your Honor, is Todrick Robinson, 24 CF 2226. We've taken the deposition of law enforcement in that case. Based on that deposition, we've got to take the deposition of FDLE, evidence custodian, and we'd ask for a continuance one cycle to get that done July 14th.
No objection from the state.
All right, because if y'all would approach. All right, matter will be continued.
Judge, if we can leave this on for the docket day without subpoenas?
I'm sorry, without subpoenas?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Docket day. All right. Anything else, Mr. Stewart?
Judge, what day is that? I'm sorry.
5/19.
5/19. Thank you. Your Honor, that's all I have. May I be excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Dudley. Good morning, Ms. Dudley. Azzy McClendon.
No, he's the inmate,
Okay.
so he'll be here on Wednesday. Next one I have is Kareem Mitri. The other one is the co-defendant to the case of Ms. Reed. We'll get deposition set on that so we can get it continued to the next cycle. That's the one she mentioned she was getting them set in contact of our office.
State.
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
All right, it'll be continued.
And that is July
14th.
All right, thank you. And Your Honor, next I have is Carla Palucci in 24 CF 1899. I need time to review discovery. I just got a link to it this morning, so I'd ask for continuance to the next cycle.
State.
State has no objection, Your Honor.
All right, matter will be continued.
And next one I have, I believe, is Timothy Redinger and 24 CF 1425. We have depositions on May 21st and June 10th. So I'd ask for continuance to the next cycle.
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
And so if y'all would approach, please.
Yes, sir.
This is Tiffany Woodham, State Farm's newest agent in Crestview. I'd like to personally invite you to stop by my office for a no-cost policy review. Let me help you start saving today. Call in, walk in, or click in at yourcrestviewagent.com.
All right, matter will be continued.
Your Honor, next I have is Josue Rivera Rodas. I met with Mr. Snell last week. It's 24 CF 722. He did give me a minute offer if we could leave it set for docket day. So I can, I think, I've talked to my client, he needs to go over it. I think we probably have a resolution on docket day.
So leave it on for docket day. You think you'll have a resolution?
Yes, sir. He made us a minute offer, and I have gone over that with my client. So I told him to be here Monday so we can take care of that.
And you expect it to be a plea?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, very good. We'll see you then. Is that all for you, ma'am?
I think that is all I have for today. I think everybody else is on Wednesday, Your Honor.
Mr. Wingate was not on the list that Mr. Talley sent me, moved to Wednesday, so it's technically on today's docket.
We'll move it to Wednesday since he's incarcerated.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Flowers. Good morning, Mr. Flowers.
Judge, good morning, sir. First matter I have under, I think it's number 27 on my docket, is James Mayfield.
Right.
Judge, if we could leave that set for Monday, a written plea agreement has been, in fact, I think it's been signed, but we'll.
Yes, Your Honor, it's been signed by my office. It's going to be a plea to misdemeanors, and so it should be filed, I'm assuming, shortly.
It should be, Judge, I just thought for control purposes, it would be wise to leave it set, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mr. Flowers.
Judge, the next matter is Matthew Reeves, and I'm seeking a continuance. And Your Honor, if you look, I'm aware of the date of the case. I'm also aware of what the charges are. There's family in South America, and I think the state would agree that communication with them, and it's the victim's family. I don't believe the state disagrees with our asking for a continuance.
No, Your Honor, I don't have an issue. I think our position is that probably next cycle will be ready. We've taken the depositions, and so.
And we agree with that assessment, Your Honor. We've spoken about it with the state, and we feel the same way. That,
if you need us to approach, I can explain the circumstances surrounding the event. It's a little bit interesting, just aside from what the charges are themselves, but the circumstances around what happened after this incident occurred also made things very interesting. It's the best I can say without approaching. If you want me to approach, I can explain, Your Honor.
No, sir, that's not necessarily based upon what you're saying.
one cycle is what we're seeking, Your Honor.
And you think that you'll have a disposition with that at that time, or
The
are we
state will be
looking at
ready
a?
to go.
We'll be ready to move forward, Judge.
Okay, it'll be continued one cycle.
Judge, the next matter is Star STA RR. We received the address from the state yesterday. We we had difficulty communicating. Here's the deal, Your Honor, there's an out-of-state witness in the state of Colorado that we need to effectively communicate with. I'm asking to continue the matter to give us that opportunity.
I have no objection to that. I would note depot is set for July.
It is, correct. Thank you. We believe July 14th would be sufficient, Your Honor.
So, but there are depots set for July?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Before before that trial cycle?
I believe so.
I believe that is the case. I don't have that file, Your Honor, but that's the reason we're asking. We're trying, the state's cooperating with setting the depots, and some have been set.
July 9th.
And is that the witness in Colorado?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right, it'll be continued.
Judge, the next matter is Frederick Vaughn. We're asking plea or continue and leave set without. We believe a disposition can be reached by Monday, but we're not certain. It's a relatively new case. No objection. Yes.
It'll be continued.
Judge, the next matter is Ward, W-A-R-D. Judge, we're asking that to be continued. There's a case out of Walton County that's going to be sent over here, and they're both going to be handled here. It's the same allegation, and we believe that would be the most efficient way to handle it. We've spoken with Josh Mitchell in Walton County, and that he stated that's his intention. You didn't know that?
I didn't know. I have no objection.
Okay, would y'all approach?
We're open now 7 days a week. Normal hours that you've been expecting, but now we're open Saturday 10 to 4, Sunday 10 to 3, and that's both our Crestview, Fort Walton Beach, and Eglin Air Force Base locations. So you have things to do, go and do it. Just know the UPS store is going to be here. Again, Sundays 10 until 3 p.m.
For years, I proudly served Florida as a state trooper. During that time, I investigated over 1,000 car, motorcycle, and trucking crashes. My mission was simple, to help the victims. Now, as an injury attorney, I can do even more to help accident victims. Hi, I'm attorney Coy Browning. If you've been injured in a car accident, I'd be honored to help you. Victims. Now, as an injury attorney, I can do even more to help accident victims. Hi, I'm attorney Coy Browning. If you've been injured in a car accident, I'd be honored to help you. Call or visit us at browninglawfirm.com.
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, the next matter, and I believe it's under Mr. Shaw's name, Kevin Lynn. It's number 74 on my docket, and Mr. Shaw is requesting this matter be continued. A deposition, we believe, has been set. It's Ms. Barrettman's case. Does that sound accurate?
That's correct. The deposition of the doctor is set for June 13th.
June 5th, I'm sorry. But we're asking that it be continued based on that, Judge.
There's no objection. After that, we'll be ready to go.
Yes.
All right, it'll be continued.
Next matter is Mellow, M-E-L-L-O-W, 24 CF 2659. We're asking it to be left set without subpoenas. We believe it'll be disposed of at that point in time. And that's with AJ. That sounds accurate.
Yes, that's accurate. Sorry about that. I was looking at something else.
So docket day for plea, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Next matter, Pantojas, 2024 CF 1870. We're asking it be left set without for a disposition. We strongly anticipate it'll be disposed of.
It will be, Your Honor. I just need to speak with the victim about the case.
All right.
Next
Very
matter,
good.
Swanson, 24 CF 2748. Mr. Shaw is asking that that matter be continued, and that's the case with Mr. Snell. I don't believe there's an objection at all.
No objection.
All right, and for what purpose are we continuing? Do we know?
Your Honor, I will confess, I don't know what discovery has not been completed. Mr. Shaw just indicated to me yesterday that was the case.
State?
He should have everything. I think he just needs to, have an opportunity to go over the client. If I can approach it.
Yeah, that might be
Okay.
wise, Judge.
Hi, I'm Wanda Roberts. For the last 20 years, I've been helping the residents of Northwest Florida buy and sell their properties. My office is just 1 block south of the courthouse in historic downtown Crestview. Give us a call at 850-398-5389.
Hi, I'm Michael Gilbert, defense attorney with Warrior Law. I represent those accused in Santa Rosa, Okaloosa.
Judge, I forgot to announce another matter. Sheena Russell, we're asking that remain on for Monday. We believe a plea will be entered on Monday. The state is here. I've spoken with the state. That's their anticipation.
Yes, Paul Gillespie for the state, and Judge, I'd like to leave it as posture for trial if it doesn't accept a plea.
And we understand.
Okay, plea or trial on docket day.
Yes, sir.
Now, if we try the case, how much time is it going to take to try?
Judge, we had talked about it last time. There was a scheduling order originally on this case. I think it's going to be about a week, and we talked about doing the second week, June 2nd.
All right. All right, very good. See you on docket day.
Your Honor.
Anything else for you today, or are you ready to head back
Well,
to?
Mr. Dyram contacted my office. Well, he contacted me yesterday. He has matters that I'm going to cover for him. Mollenhauer, 22 CF 3025. He and the state had discussed a 2-cycle continuance, and the reason is restitution. And I don't believe there's any objection to that.
That's correct. We just want them to pay, Your Honor, and so that's really our biggest concern. So we have no objection to a 2-cycle continuance.
All right, Madam Clerk?
You said 2 cycles?
Yes, ma'am.
September 8th.
I'm sorry.
September 8th.
Thank you. Next matter is Nelson, 23 CF 1999. He's asking this matter be continued 1 cycle, and it's my understanding there's no objection to that. Gary, or is it Guy? I'm sorry.
Guy Nelson.
Guy Nelson, I'm sorry.
There's no objection.
Yes,
Guy Nelson.
I was told there was none. That's correct, Judge.
Right, and please approach.
Judge, it's my understanding Nelson has been continued based on the state's representation
Yes.
to the court. The next is 25 that I'm handling for Mr. Dyer, 25 CF 191. It is Rollison Messenger. This is the first time up, is my understanding, Judge, and he's asking this be continued for one cycle. I don't believe there's an objection to that.
Say again the name?
Messenger.
Rollison.
Okay. Okay.
Final matter for Mr. Dyer. The client's name is Ryberg, R-Y-B-E-R-G, 24 CF 1405. A pretrial intervention agreement has been signed. Judge, I don't know if it would be wise to keep it on for control purposes, but I'm told that it has been signed. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Do we see it, Madam Clerk?
It's not in the case yet, Judge, and I don't see it in the key.
Do we have any clue where it might be?
So when I signed it, I sent it to Mr. Darren. He indicated that he had it, his client had already signed it, so I don't know if he now has to make that appointment with state probation.
May I suggest perhaps if you left it on for
Docket day.
Docket day, Your Honor?
Okay, all right. So we'll leave it on for docket day.
Yes,
It would
sir.
just be status on the PTI.
Thank you. Your Honor, the final matter, Jack Wilkins. I'm standing in for Mr. Wilkins. He contacted me last night. Sarah Newton, 2025 CF 111.
Newton?
Newton, yes, sir.
Okay.
He indicates he's only recently gotten this case and is asking for a one-cycle continuance, Your Honor.
State?
No objection.
All right. It'll be continued.
Your Honor, that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Flowers. Mr. Johnson?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Brad Johnson, may it please the court. Here on behalf of Brian Dean Howard. Mr. Howard is president of the courtroom.
Yes,
Your Honor,
sir.
this is probably your oldest case on docket. May the state and I approach, Your Honor.
Granted.
Congratulations, Crestview's very own Dixie Dan Powell of Powell Injury Law, for your recent jury verdict of $11.5 million for your client from a death and injury against an inflatable amusement company. Recognized in 2017 as one of the top 100 civil trial lawyers in the state of Florida, and Dixie is AV preeminent rated. Dixie Dan Powell works tirelessly for his clients, as is evident by this extraordinary verdict. If you're taking your case to trial, be prepared. Contact Dixie Dan Powell and Powell Injury Law, 850-306-2667.
Cyclone Bakery Cafe is 2 blocks from the courthouse on Crestview's historic Main Street. We serve handmade pastries, espresso, and lunch items, and we're open Tuesday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m., serving lunch from 11 to 2. We hope to see you soon.
Hello, I am Bonnie from Body Be Healthy here in Crestview. We have been serving the area since 1999. We're an alternative health food store. If you're interested in bettering your health, we'd like to invite you to stop by. We're located in Court Plaza. Stop by and let us help you be healthy.
I'm Amanda Gaskin with Briarpatch Realty. Helping qualifying heroes save money is my passion. When I help a hero buy or sell a home, they receive a check from Homes for Heroes. Check out amandasheroes.com for more information.
For more than 70 years, the sweet aroma of the Crestview's Coney Islands burgers and hot dogs has permeated the downtown area. If you have not experienced the unique flavor of Crestview's Coney Island's burgers and hot dogs, then I encourage you to join us for lunch. Monday through Thursday from 10 a.m. till 3 p.m., Friday from 10 a.m. till 4 p.m., and Saturday from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. We're located in historic downtown Crestview at 107 North Main Street. Call 850-683-1045.
CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer since 1999. We're state licensed and insured, family owned and operated with 24 years of local service. We specialize in shingles and metal, re-roofs, repairs, and leak specialists. For all of your roofing needs, call us today or visit our website at cqroofing.com. CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer.
Hey, I'm David at Family Vision of Crestview. We've been providing excellent optical service for Northwest Florida for over 34 years. Come in and let us take care of you.
This is Tiffany Woodham, State Farm's newest agent in Crestview. I'd like to personally invite you to stop by my office for a no-cost policy review. Let me help you start saving today. Call in, walk in, or click in at yourcrestview.agent.com.
Alex Barthay from the UPS store once again, and I wanted to let you know about our Sunday hours. We're open now 7 days a week. Normal hours that you've been expecting, but now we're open Saturday 10 to 4, Sunday 10 to 3, and it's both our Crestview, Fort Walton Beach, and Eglin Air Force Base locations. So you have things to do, go and do it. Just know the UPS store is going to be here. Again, Sundays 10 until 3 p.m.
For years, I proudly served Florida as a state trooper. During that time, I investigated over 1,000 car, motorcycle, and trucking crashes. My mission was simple, to help the victims. Now, as an injury attorney, I can do even more to help accident victims. Hi, I'm attorney Coy Browning. If you've been injured in a car accident, I'd be honored to help you. Call or visit us at browninglawfirm.com.
Includes my business with the court. I don't know if the court needs to, I think you put it on the record already.
No, the case is continued. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, good day. Mr. Heath.
Good morning, Your Honor. I have two cases before the court this morning. First one is going to be State of Florida versus Harrison Lee. That's going to be 24 CF 1714.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, that case has been resolved. We have a negotiated plea, if I may approach.
Granted. Thank you, Mr. Heath.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, that case is, Mr. Lee is currently charged with burglary. He's going to withdraw his previously entered plea of not guilty and enter a plea of no contest on count 1 to a reduction to a lesser included offense of trespass. It's going to be under section 810.08 sub 2 sub A. That's going to result in a withhold of adjudication, 1 year of probation. He's going to be required to show completion of alcohol abuse treatment, 24 hours of community service, a letter of apology to the victim, excuse me, no contact with the victim, and no trespassing at the residential address of 944 Bambi Drive, Destin, Florida. With regard to count 2, Your Honor, it's going to be criminal mischief. That too is going to be a withhold. That's going to have a 1 year probation concurrent with count 1. There's going to be no contact with the victim there, no trespass at the same address. However, with regard to count 2, there is going to be a reservation for restitution to be determined at a later date.
All right, and is this to state probation or JCS?
JCS, Your Honor.
All right. Sure. Is that the state's agreement?
It is, Your Honor. We've spoken with the victim about it.
Raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this matter under penalties of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and you put your hand down. You heard what Mr. Heath said on your behalf, and you signed the written plea form?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you're pleading no contest to the announced charges and waiving your right to a trial by jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Adjudication will be withheld. You're going to be on your probation with some special conditions, including, in addition to the standards, which are the evaluation and the alcohol treatment, letter of apology, your community service hours, no contact and no trespassing, and restitution may be established in the future.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Heath explained all the conditions of the plea to you before you signed the form.
Yes, Your Honor.
Has he answered all your questions about the plea and how it affects you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with how he's represented you?
Yes, Your Honor.
The court will find the plea to be freely and voluntarily entered into and will accept the plea.
Your Honor, the second case I have is going to be State of Florida versus Leah Swan. That's going to be case number 24CF2810. Your Honor, with regard to that case, it has been percolating for a little while. However, the state filed their information last week along with providing my office discovery. And I was just notified about 11 minutes ago, Your Honor, that depositions have been set for June 23rd. They haven't been noticed yet, or they may have, but I don't think the court's going to see it just yet. As I said, we just confirmed it this morning. So we respectfully be requesting a one-cycle continuance to get that thing rolling.
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
All right, so the information's been filed, is that right?
Yes, Judge, as of last week.
You waived formalities and enter not guilty plea?
Say again, Your Honor?
You waived formalities of arraignment and enter not guilty plea?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, and depots have been set for when?
I believe he said June 23rd, I think is what it was.
Say again?
Depots were set for...
They were set for June 29th at 09.
Okay. All right, matter will be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have before the court this morning. May I be
Thank you.
excused?
Yes, sir. Good day.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Geisel.
One case, Misty Lee Woodward. Can we approach her?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Wanda Roberts. For the last 20 years, I've been helping the residents of Northwest Florida buy and sell their properties. My office is just 1 block south of the courthouse in historic downtown Crestview. Give us a call at 850-398-5389.
Hi, I'm Michael Gilbert, defense attorney with Warrior Law. I represent those accused in Santa Rosa, Okaloosa, and Walton County. If you or anyone you know has been accused of a crime, give us a call. We can help.
Matter will be continued.
That'll be July, Your Honor.
July 14th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Merrifield. Good morning, Ms. Merrifield.
Case is under Flaherty, Judge. First case I have is Brandy Merrifield on behalf of Shannon Lane. It's 24 CF 2932. I'd like to leave this one set for docket day as a plea or continue. We do anticipate a resolution. And Judge, it's likely to be a resolution that would not require Ms. Lane's presence. There is a waiver on file. She lives out of the area several hours away. So I would also request that her appearance be waived for that docket day.
State.
No objection, Your Honor. We have spoken. We're going to be coming to a resolution. I just need to speak with the victim before Monday.
All right, very good.
The next case I have, Judge, is Robert Marshall in 25 CF 175. There is a waiver on file. It's the first time up for Mr. Marshall. I just received discovery on the 9th of May, so I'm requesting 7/14 for pretrial, and I don't believe ASA Gomez has an objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
And that was Robert Marshall, Judge.
All right, matter will be continued.
And then the last one I have on is Alexander Radican in 25 CF 435, waiver on file. It is the first time up. We have scheduled depositions in Mr. Radican's case. However, the depositions are not until August the 11th. So I would request continuing it 2 cycles to the September 8th pretrial. We are going to need to get through those depositions before we can start having some meaningful discussions, Judge.
State.
I do not object.
And do you believe a 2-cycle continuance is necessary based upon the depositions that need to be taken?
I saw that the other day, and we're kind of runs together when they were scheduled. I saw they were set, that we need to take the depositions. Yes.
We would agree with the same contention, Judge.
All right. All right, it'll be 2 cycles, Madam Clerk.
September 8th. Thank you, ma'am.
September 8th.
And I believe that's all I have for the out of custody.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Gilbert.
Michael Gilbert on behalf of David Mayberry in 25 CF 420. We have a waiver on file. This is the first time up. We're collecting reciprocal discovery. Request continuance.
No objection, Your Honor.
And you've received your discovery or not?
No, we're collecting it now. I've got some mental health records in on Friday night. We need to send those over to state.
I just want to make sure we're clear. You've received discovery from the state. You mean you're getting your reciprocal discovery together to send to us?
Correct, Your Honor. We have some discovery requirements we're going to need to share with state, and we're collecting that information. We've received discovery from state.
Okay. All right. It'll be continued then.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you now. Good day. And we took care of Mr. Rare's cases, right? Okay, Mr. Keach.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Keach.
I have one case on your docket. It's going to be State of Florida versus Levi Lucas. It's with Mr. Gomez.
Yes.
And, Your Honor, I provided the state with a list of reciprocal witnesses, but we can just leave this case set for your trial docket.
All right. For docket day, you saying?
Docket day and trial. The prior attorneys have completed all the depositions. I have provided the state with reciprocal witnesses, made contact with those reciprocal witnesses, and I don't believe there's any further work that needs to be done on the case from my point of view.
All right, counsel, could you approach, please? Sure.
Congratulations, Crestview's very own Dixie Dan Powell of Powell Injury Law, for your recent jury verdict of $11.5 million for your client from a death and injury against an inflatable amusement company. Recognized in 2017 as one of the top 100 civil trial lawyers in the state of Florida.
All right, and so
Dixie is
I
a
want
preeminent rating.
to announce. Yes, sir, and I was just telling your attorney and telling the bailiff as well that I signed an order revoking your bond on Friday. It's not made the docket, but you've missed your last 8 check-ins with pretrial, and so I'm revoking your bond, and I'm doing it orally in court this morning as it's the docket. Well, you can talk to your lawyer, but I've revoked your bond based upon the affidavit.
Mr. Stone,
Talk to your lawyer, sir.
Sir, please.
No, sir, your bond is revoked.
Sir,
And you can put him in the interview room so he can talk to his lawyer. All right. So we'll continue at one cycle, and at this point, say again. Do you want it on docket day, Mr. Keach, or you want it continued?
Judge, we can put them on the 19th.
Okay.
Is your docket day? That'd be perfect.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Gooden?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Gooden.
Cheryl Gooden for Christian Reyes. He's approaching. May I approach?
Granted. Thank you, Ms. Gooden. Any score sheet objections, Ms. Gooden?
No objection to the score sheet, and it's attached to the back. Your Honor, he's going to plead no contest. The terms and conditions of the plea is on count 1. Adjudication of guilt, 3 years Department of Correction, followed by 7 years sex offender probation. I did not have the fine from the state or the court costs from the state, so I'll leave that up to the clerk. $100 cost of prosecution. Sex offender designation, no contact with minors, forfeit the seized devices, GPS attached prior to release, no internet or internet capable devices. On count 2, he's pleading to a lesser. Carrying a concealed weapon, 790.01. Count 3 is non-prost. Count 4 is 5 years probation concurrent with count 1.
All right. Is that the state's agreement?
It is, Judge.
All right. Raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this matter under penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, and you can put your hand down. You heard what Ms. Gooden said, and you signed the written plea form.
Yes.
How old are you?
32.
How much schooling do you have?
Huh?
How much schooling do you have?
I have some college.
All right. You able to read and understand the plea form?
Somewhat.
Okay. Do you need more time for Ms. Gooden to go over the plea form? Okay. Did you read it and understand it before you signed it? All right. And is what Ms. Gooden just announced to me what you read in the plea form?
Yes.
Do you understand by this plea arrangement that you're pleading no contest to the announced charges?
Yes.
That says to me that you believe the state has the evidence necessary to prove your guilt on this charge and you do not intend to contest it.
Yes.
Do you understand by making this plea you're waiving your right to a trial by jury where the state would be required to prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt to the jury?
Yes.
In this case, you'll be adjudicated guilty, and you'll be sentenced to 3 years in the Department of Corrections, followed by 7 years of sex offender probation, with the special conditions that were announced, which include the registration, no contact with minors, forfeit the seized devices, the GPS attached prior to release, no internet or internet-capable devices. Do you also understand that this designation will affect where you can live, where you can work, who you can be around? Has Ms. Gooden answered all your questions about the plea and how it affects you? And are you satisfied with how she's represented you in this case? The court will find the plea to be freely and voluntarily entered into and will accept the plea with the adjudication. If you'll step over here for your fingerprints, please.
Your Honor, the second case I have is Chad Shirley, 24, CF 729. May we approach on this?
Granted.
Paul works tirelessly for his clients, as is evident by this extraordinary verdict. If you're taking your case to trial, be prepared. Contact Dixie Dan Powell and Powell Injury Law, 850-306-2667.
Back Home Bakery Cafe is 2 blocks from the courthouse on Crestview historic Main Street. We serve handmade pastries, espresso, and lunch items, and we're open Tuesday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m., serving lunch from 11 to 2. We hope to see you soon.
Hello, I am Bonnie from Body Be Healthy here in Crestview. We have been serving the area since 1999. We're an alternative health food store. If you're interested in bettering your health, we'd like to invite you to stop by. We're located in Court Plaza. Stop by and let us help you be healthy.
I'm Amanda Gaskin with Briarpatch Realty. Helping qualified heroes save money is
All right, anything else, Ms.
Want
Gooden?
to help a hero buy or sell a home?
No, Your Honor. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, thank you. Gil Powell. Good morning, Mr. Powell.
I got one case, Juan Bonavista, 22 CF 75, or 1075 and 1076.
Yes, sir.
We need to approach, Judge, if we can.
Granted.
They receive a check from Homes for Heroes. Check out amandasheroes.com for more information.
For more than 70 years, the sweet aroma of the Crestview Coney Islands burgers and hot dogs has permeated the downtown area. If you have not experienced the unique flavor of Crestview's Coney Islands burgers and hot dogs, then I encourage you to join us for lunch. Monday through Thursday from 10 a.m. till 3 p.m., Friday from 10 a.m. till 4 p.m., and Saturday from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. We're located in historic downtown Crestview at 107 North Main Street. Call 850-683-1045.
CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer since 1999. We're state licensed and insured, family owned and operated with 24 years of local service. We specialize in shingles and metal, re-roofs, repairs, and leak specialists. For all of your roofing needs, call us today or visit our website at cqroofing.com. CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer.
Hey, I'm David at Family Vision of Crestview. We've been providing excellent optical service for Northwest Florida for over 34 years. Come in and let us take care of you.
This is Tiffany Woodham, State Farm's newest agent in Crestview. I'd like to personally invite you to stop by my office for a no-cost policy review. Let me help you start saving today. Call in, walk in, or click in at yourcrestviewagent.com.
All right. All right, Bo Powell.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
First matter I have is Sean Nelson.
Nelson.
Judge, we have deposition scheduled for June 23rd, so asking for a continuance. The state doesn't have an objection.
No objection, Your Honor. We do have the depo scheduled.
And you say again when they're scheduled?
June 23rd.
All right, matter will be continued.
At Brandon Lanou.
Brandon Lanou.
Mr. Lanou's present. Judge, if the state and I could approach on Mr. Lanou's matter.
Yes.
Alex Barthay from the UPS store once again, and I wanted to let you know about our Sunday hours. We're open now 7 days a week. Normal hours that you've been expecting, but now we're open Saturday 10 to 4, Sunday 10 to 3, and it's both our Crestview, Fort Walton Beach, and Eglin Air Force Base locations. So you have things to do, go and do it. Just know the UPS store is going to be here. Again, Sundays 10 until 3 p.m.
For years, I proudly served Florida as a state trooper. During that time, I investigated over 1,000 car, motorcycle, and trucking crashes. My mission was simple, to help the victims. Now, as an injury attorney, I can do even more to help accident victims. Hi, I'm attorney Coy Browning. If you've been injured in a car accident, I'd be honored to help you. Call or visit us at browninglawfirm.com.
Hi, I'm Wanda Roberts. For the last 20 years, I've been helping the residents of Northwest Florida buy and sell their properties. My office is just 1 block south of the courthouse in historic downtown Crestview. Give us a call at 850-398-5389.
Hi, I'm Michael Gilbert, defense attorney with Warrior Law. I represent those accused in Santa Rosa, Okaloosa, and Walton County. If you or anyone you know has been accused of a crime, give us a call. We can help.
All right, matter will be continued, and we'll work on the companion case and when that motion is set. Mr. Powell.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Judge, I was also covering for a couple of attorneys this morning. Let's see. First one was Brandon Morris.
Morris. Okay, for Daniel Solis.
Yes, sir. And Mr. Morris is asking for a continuance. Don't believe the state's objection.
That's correct. I have no objection. Just please ask him to give me a call before next pretrial.
Okay. Do we have a reason for the continuance? Because when we were here last time, it was the voluminous discovery. They believed that you could be ready, so we're just continuing. Just why are we continuing the case?
Judge, I believe for Mr. Morris, they're in plea negotiations, and I know he was trying to get some mitigation to the state, trying to work it out without a trial.
All right.
Thank you, Judge. I was covering for Joseph Mistovic.
Mitkevicius.
That's better than I can pronounce it. You've had to do that before, I think.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
And he's asking for a continuance. He has Mendez Gomez, 25 CF 329, and he was asking for a continuance.
State has no objection, Your Honor.
All right. Say again the defendant's name.
Mendez Gomez.
Okay. And why?
I believe it was relayed to me. There were some issues with the driving record that he was trying to figure out. I didn't get a whole lot of specifics on that.
But the state's agreeable?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he's trying to get some driving stuff squared away, which may enable the state to give him a little bit of a better offer.
All right.
And then lastly, Judge, I was covering for Randy Catalinic.
All right.
And he has Kevin Rotten. There's 3 cases on the docket. Mr. Catalinic was asking for continuance for depositions.
Well, and I show they've already been continued.
Oh. Okay. Already off the docket?
Yes.
Well, that concludes my business this morning, Judge.
Thank you very much.
It's good to see you. Have a good day.
You as well, sir. Good day. Mr. Cobb.
Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Cobb.
Darby Boudreaux. Judge, this is State of Florida versus Ms. Boudreau in 2019 CF 3062. It's going to be a plea to PTI. Can I approach? I have the plea agreement and the PTI agreement.
So it's a PTI with a plea?
Yes, Your Honor, and the state just wants to make it abundantly clear. I mean, we put it in both in the PTI as a very specific condition, but as part of this is a deal that we're giving to the defendant, but in exchange, the agreement is that if she fails this PTI for any reason whatsoever, she is going straight to sentencing on that charge, and that includes failure to pay restitution. She's waiving any argument that she could have to make against that, and she would proceed straight to sentencing on the charges as they're stated.
All right. Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this matter under penalties of perjury? All right, and you put your hand down. You heard what Mr. Cobb said and also what Mr. Gomez said, and you signed the written plea form. How old are you?
Huh?
How old are you?
29.
How much school do you have?
I graduated high school.
You able to read and understand the plea form?
Yes.
Did you do that before you signed it?
Yes.
All right. Do you understand by this plea arrangement that you're pleading no contest to the announced charges?
Yes.
And that says to me that you believe the state has the evidence necessary to convict you of these charges and you do not intend to contest that?
Yes.
Do you understand by making this plea you're waiving your right to a trial by jury where the state would have to prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
All right. Now, in this case, ordinarily I'd say now your sentence is going to be, your sentence in this case is this pre-trial intervention agreement that you've agreed to comply with. If you understand that if you comply with this, the case will be dismissed and go away.
Yes.
Do you further understand that if you don't comply with this agreement, that you'll be returned here for sentencing on this charge?
Yes, sir.
And do we know what her score sheet would show, Mr. Gomez?
Let me pull that up, Your Honor. It would be, sorry, Your Honor.
Sorry.
It's going to be 4 points, Your Honor.
All right. So you come back here for sentencing after that. You don't score for a presumptive prison sentence, but you could be sentenced to substantial time in jail as a result of your failure to comply with the terms and conditions of this plea agreement. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. And it's totally up to me how I impose that sentence. And sometimes I use silly stories to suggest why you could be sentenced to a long time in jail. And I used to use my wife as an example, but then people started saying I was talking about her in court and I got in trouble, so I don't do that anymore. But I'm driving to work and somebody cuts me off, I spill my coffee and I'm just mad. I could come here and I could put you in jail for a year. Might not be the right thing to do because I'm mad and I shouldn't do that, but it will be absolutely legal because you've pled to an open sentence and I could sentence you to anything I wanted to. Do you understand that?
Up to 5 years if you don't give the...
Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
It's an open plea to the court. And that's the reason I use these silly stories to make it clear that it's absolutely up to me how much sentence you get if you fail to comply with the terms of this agreement. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Cobb answered all your questions about the plea and how it affects you.
Yes, sir.
You're satisfied with how he's represented you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The court will find the plea to be freely and voluntarily entered into and will accept the plea. Now, Mr. Cobb, I'm going to give you the PTI back because that still needs to go through probation and have it surrendered. Now, you need to make your appointment with probation as soon as you can, and they'll sign the agreement and then it'll come back and be resolved by the court. Once you finish that agreement, then the case is all over, and no offense to you, but I don't want to see you back here, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you now. State taking any action on the FTA?
No action, Your Honor.
All right. The FTA is disposed of. Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Novotny.
Oh, I have a couple more.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought,
Make him sit down, Judge.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Cobb.
State versus Jennifer Miller and 2023 CF 2413. Ms. Miller is present.
Miller, you say?
Miller.
All right.
She's walking up.
Judge, state would announce dismissal at this time. We've been sufficient evidence to proceed.
Jennifer Miller, case is dismissed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good day, ma'am.
For you and for the judge. Thank you.
Judge, the next case I have on the docket, there were no inmates transported. My docket has a couple of inmates, but they're going to be Wednesday, correct?
Correct, that's correct.
It would be State versus Edith Rolandi, 2024 CF 162F.
Say again the last name?
Rolandi. Number 4, well, it's number 4 on my docket, but I don't know what it would be on the clerk's docket. Edith Rolandi.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yep, I just got the transcripts back from our depositions, and I'm working on a C4 motion incorporating the depositions, and I am going to be asking for a one-cycle continuance so I get that filed and sit it with the court. I don't believe the state has an objection. That's what I'm going to be asking for.
All right, matter will be continued.
Thank you, Judge. The next case I have, or the next two cases, are State of Florida versus Star Sailor, 24 CF 2589 and 24 CF 2600. I'd like to leave that set on Monday's docket without subpoenas. The state and I are going to be able to resolve those cases.
So is it a plea on Monday? Is that what you're
Yes, sir.
anticipating? All right, very good.
And then my last case I have, President, before you this morning, State of Florida versus Mr. Sanders, Donald Bruce Sanders, 2023 CF 2460. The state and I have tentatively worked that out. They're going to call a witness, and then I'd like to leave it on Monday for a plea.
State?
No objection, Your Honor.
So Monday for a plea?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then Mr. Early, Todd Early, texted me asking me to cover a case for him. He has Mr. Jesse LaCoste on the docket, and Mr. Gillespie is the prosecutor assigned to that case. Mr. Early is representing Mr. LaCoste in all of the cases throughout 3 counties, with the crux of the crimes occurring in Pensacola, and he's asked that I support for continuance, and I don't think the state has an objection. They have a VOP hearing scheduled in that case. Is that correct, Mr. Gillespie?
That's correct. Paul Gillespie for the state. We have a VOP hearing scheduled for tomorrow, and then a Williams Rule hearing in Escambia scheduled for Thursday, and Mr. Todd Early has requested a continuance. I have no objection.
Right, and I just got a message that I think he is at the jail with Mr. LaCoste. That's what he's saying. Is that right?
I don't know about those details, but I do know he's been in communication. He got appointed just last cycle. So.
Okay, and so no objection is what we're saying?
No objection.
Okay. And is he in another facility? Is that where he is? Is that what we're saying?
He's in Escambia County Jail.
Okay, all right, very good. All right, thank you.
All right. Judge, those are my cases. I'll see you back on Wednesday.
All right. Now, Mr. Novotny, sorry about that. False start there.
Thank you, Your Honor. Galen Novotny on behalf of Caleb Zetterlin, 24 CF 2035. There's a waiver of his appearance. Your Honor, the state and I were in discussions to resolve this with the pretrial intervention. I know this case is getting old. This is a gentleman that's been an inpatient.
Yeah, but he's still engaged in treatment, right?
He is, Your Honor, but I think we're getting close. So I don't know if you want to do a full side again, David, or?
Yes, sir. So we were just also got some instructions on how we can do the PTI while the defendant is in South Florida at the time. So it may take a couple weeks or so for us to get everything done.
All right, so we'll continue to full cycle, and then if you have a resolution, you can bring it on in on one of our miscellaneous dates.
Yes, sir.
And we can then do that remotely.
Perfect. Thank you, Your
So
Honor.
I don't want to pull him out of treatment if we are able to do that remotely.
Okay, thank you,
Okay?
Your Honor.
All right.
Now, what would that date be? Sorry. July 14th. Okay, thank you, Your Honor, that's all I have, my be
All right,
excused.
yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Tony?
Good morning, Your Honor. Dustin Harsher on behalf of Tony Henderson this morning, Judge. I have one case on the docket.
Oh, I didn't see you on the docket. I was calling Mr. Tony.
Oh, Mr. Tony. Okay.
Sorry, I apologize. We'll get to you.
Good morning, Your Honor. I have one matter before the court today. That's State of Florida versus Anthony Patrice Withers. That's case number 24CF1011. Your Honor, in this particular case, we have a preliminary agreement for a pretrial intervention. However, there's still an outstanding issue with regards to restitution. What the state and I have resolved to do in this particular matter, if we cannot get a number from them within a reasonable time, there will be a fine delegated to my client, and they have to pay, I don't know what.
Can I approach to make sure that the court is okay with it?
Congratulations, Crestview's very own Dixie Dan Powell of Powell Injury Law, for your recent jury verdict of $11.5 million for your client from a death and injury against an inflatable amusement company. Recognized in 2017 as one of the top 100 civil trial lawyers in the state of Florida, and Dixie is AV preeminent rated. Dixie Dan Powell works tirelessly for his clients, as is evident by this extraordinary verdict. If you're taking your case to trial, be prepared. Contact Dixie Dan Powell and Powell Injury Law, 850-306-2667.
Back Home Bakery Cafe is 2 blocks from the courthouse on Crestview's historic Main Street. We serve handmade pastries, espresso, and lunch items, and we're open Tuesday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m., serving lunch from 11 to 2. We hope to see you soon.
Hello, I am Bonnie from Body Be Healthy here in Crestview. We have been serving the area since 1999. We're an alternative health food store. If you're interested in bettering your health, we'd like to invite you to stop by. We're located in Court Plaza. Stop by and let us help you be healthy.
I'm Amanda Gaskin with Briarpatch Realty. Helping qualified heroes save money is my passion. When I help a hero buy or sell a home, they receive a check from Homes for Heroes. Check out amandasheroes.com for more information.
For more than 70 years, the sweet aroma of the Crestview's Coney Islands burgers and hot dogs has permeated the downtown area. If you have not experienced the unique flavor of Crestview's Coney Islands burgers and hot dogs, then I encourage you to join us for lunch. Monday through Thursday from 10 a.m. till 3 p.m., Friday from 10 a.m. till 4 p.m., and Saturday from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. We're located in historic
So we'll set
downtown
this
Crestview at
next
106.
cycle for PTI status.
What's that date, Your Honor? And that's all I have, Judge. Maybe it's.
All right, yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Tony. Good day. All right, and then Miss
Harsher, Your Honor.
Harsher, and then Mr. Nopes, and who else do I have?
Well, Your Honor, I just have the inmate here.
Oh, let me take the one inmate first so we can get the feed cleared. I apologize, Mr. Harsher. Helping you getting your steps in today.
Your Honor, thank you for taking Mr. Reyes. He was downstairs and I didn't want that to come back on Wednesday.
Reyes, you say?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Reyes is 25 CF 338 and 25 CF 340, and I did email Madam Clerk those case numbers.
Are you ready, Madam Clerk? And that's Christian, right?
Cruz Alden Reyes, R-E-H-U-S.
Okay. Got it.
Your Honor, as to 25 CF 338, Mr. Reyes' case will be null crossed by the state. As to 25 CF 340, he'll plead no contest as charged. Count 1 will be an adjudication of guilt, 90 days county jail, credit for all time served, $6.15 in court costs, and $150 cost of defense. I would ask the court to provide 12 months for payment of those fees. Counts 2 and 3 will be an adjudication and time served. And we will need to submit a score sheet at a later time, Your Honor. My understanding is there was some out-of-state stuff the state was trying to parse through and get that all squared away so we can make sure, but this will be a guideline sentence.
All right.
May I approach?
Granted. All right. Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this matter under penalties of perjury?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you can put your hand down. You heard what Ms. Jaquit said and you signed the written plea form?
Yes, sir.
How old are you? How old are you?
Me 35.
And how much school do you have?
12, graduated.
All right. You able to read and understand the plea form?
Yes, sir.
Did you do that before you signed it?
Yes, sir.
And it's what you read in the plea form, what Ms. Jaquit announced to me?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand you're pleading no contest to the announced charge on waiving your right to a trial by jury?
Yes, sir.
In this case, you'll be adjudicated guilty, sentenced to 90 days county jail, credit for time served with the fees and costs that were announced, and you'll get 12 months to pay those costs.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Jaquit answered all your questions about the plea and how it affects you.
Yes, sir.
You satisfied what she's done for you?
Yes, sir.
Court will find the plea to be freely and voluntarily entered into and will accept the plea with the adjudication. If you'll step over this way for your prints, please.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you for allowing me to throw that wrench in my call today.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Mr. Harsher.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, for the third time.
This is case number 22 CF 272, Mr. Richard Stevens, Your Honor. And it should be under Tony Henderson's name.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I believe we had depositions that were scheduled for April 29th, Judge. Those depositions were subsequently canceled because there was no service on the witness. I believe we're still in the process of trying to get a good address for that witness because there was no one residing at the residence that was listed in reciprocal discovery by previous counsel. So I'd just be asking for a one-cycle continuance to try to get that address and get those depots rescheduled.
I have no objection to that, but given the age of the case, I'd ask that we get that wrapped up before next pretrial.
All right. And so let me be clear, the information, the addresses were addresses provided by the state and they weren't good, and you doing, or is it?
There was a reciprocal discovery filed by previous defense counsel.
Okay, so it was the reciprocal discovery that had the improper addresses that you attempted service.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe initially the depositions were set by the state shortly before Mr. Henderson filed his notice of appearance, and those were rescheduled by his office and set for the 29th of last month.
Okay. And considering the age of the case, I'm just, we need to move the case forward to a conclusion one way or the other, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, it'll be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
Thank you now. Good day, sir. Safe journeys. Mr. Nopes.
Judge, the first matter I've got is Harley Basin, 24 CF 2051. It's not on the docket today, but if you look at the clerk's website, it is showing that she should have been on the docket. It was a PTI, and it was just a status to make sure everything was taken care of, and I think it has been, but she's present, and she's compliant, is my understanding.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't see it on the docket, Madam Clerk.
Right, the PTI was filed, so it's been off.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you.
You're good to go. Judge, the next case I have is the Kendrick Ford Davis.
Yes, sir.
If he's present. Judge, this is a special prosecution case, I guess, statewide prosecutor's office. I was appointed on April 7th. I've not received any discovery, and I just want to continue it so I can get discovery, figure out what I need to do.
All right, so Mr. McKinney, are you involved in the case as well?
Yes, Judge, I represent Michelle Taylor, 25 CF 385, which is the co-defendant. Ms. Taylor is present in the courtroom.
And Mr. Riasti?
Your Honor, Joseph Riasti for Dorisha Tierra Burden and 2025 CF 387 Charlie C. And Ms. Burden is present here before the court.
And you're also, your client is also a co-defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
In the past, the statewide prosecutor, at least at arraignment, appeared by a Zoom.
Yeah, I think that's... All right, and we have the three cases for the statewide prosecutor now. Ford Davis, and then Burden, and then Taylor.
Sorry about that, Judge, having some Zoom issues.
No, ma'am, it's okay. I still say that as much as we use it, the number of problems we have, you know, when we have them, they're problems, but the amount we use it, the number of problems are small, so no problem. All right.
Thank you.
All right, so where are we? We'll start with you, Mr. Nopes.
Judge, I've not received discovery yet, and actually I think it would be best to ask for a 2-month continuance so I can get, there's going to be witnesses that are in Lakeland area or something like that, not here locally.
All right. And Mr. McKinney?
I would mirror that. Once we get to discovery, I think we're going to need to coordinate between the three attorneys for depositions.
Mr. Riasti?
Your Honor, I've spoken to my client about continuance, and she has an objection, and I would join in the request for a 2-cycle continuance. There has been no discovery that has been filed in my case. I have filed a request for discovery, and I'm waiting for a response from the city.
Okay. All right, State?
Yes, Your Honor. Let me just put my appearance for the record. Eric Arbolea Dottavio on behalf of Statewide for the state. Your Honor, I am working on getting discovery out to all the defense attorneys, and I have no objection to their request for a continuance.
And they're asking for 2 cycles, which would put us into September.
That's fine with the state, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, what I would want is, if we're going to continue the case so far, we know that we have the 3 defendants traveling together, and we know we have the statewide prosecutor. What I would like is for the 3 defense counsel and the statewide prosecutor to put their heads together and come up with a scheduling order if we're going to continue this off 2 cycles, so that we know we've got to have issues scheduling depositions with 3 different defendants, but it sounds like they're going to be the same ones, right? And so it doesn't make any sense for us to, you know, to do this multiple times, and so I want to, I'm going to charge the state for coordinating that with the 3 different defense counsels to come up with a scheduling order to list the deponents and come up with an idea of when we can get that done. I know depot time is at a premium based upon everybody's trial schedule, but the sooner we start working on that, the better. So what I'd like is that to happen, not the scheduling and everything be done, but at least the parties get together in the next 14 days to come up with the scheduling process. And then I would expect within another 10 days thereafter that the parties can get all the depositions at least on the book. Now, I realize with all the parties, it may take some time to get them set and all that. But if we don't begin that process, we won't have that in place. And I don't want us to push this on down the road without having some process in place to be certain that we're coordinating among all parties. Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Nopes, you on board?
I'm sorry?
You on board with that, Mr. Nopes?
I am, Your Honor.
And Mr. Riasti?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. McKinney?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right, very good. And so that date would be, Madam Clerk? September the 8th.
That's all I have before Your Honor for Mr. Riasti.
All right, thank you, Mr. Riasti. All right, and anything else for you, Ms. D'Ottavio?
No, that's it, Your Honor.
All right,
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good day.
Good day.
Judge, the next case I have is Jaden Lovett, 21 CF 206. State and I had communications, and he's working on basically finding out what his best, I guess the office will allow him to make a best deal offer, as well as he did get an order to transport one of those witnesses from Department of Corrections, and that person is in the Okaloosa County Jail, so I need to have an opportunity to depose him. But then the other party has since been released, and he doesn't know for sure. He's trying to get an updated address. But I need to take those two depositions in order to say we could go to trial or not go to trial.
That's correct, Your Honor. The one inmate is in the Okaloosa County Jail. The other is, we're trying to inquire as to a current address. He was released, I believe, sometime in April is what I could see from the FDOC or the Department of Corrections site. I can try, I'll do my best to make myself available for any deposition of the one at the Okaloosa County Jail before or as soon as possible, so we can move this case forward, because we do know that it's been on our docket for quite some time.
Yes. I think it is, other than cases involving folks who have been involuntarily committed, it's the oldest case on our docket.
Judge, I totally understand.
So, and who is this witness that we're trying to get?
This is Mr. Tremell Gilbert, Tremell Gilbert. He is the individual that is in the Okaloosa County Jail, and then the individual that has been released, he's actually released on May 26th, is going to be, April, was Mario Donaldson Jr.
Mario
Donaldson Jr.
All right, and so I'll continue it one last time, and there will be no further continuances absent, a true interest of justice based upon the age of the case. So we need to plan on this case being tried either July 28th or August 4th.
Do I need to submit a supplemental order to make sure that Mr. Gilbert remains in the Okaloosa? Okay.
To take that deposition.
So, Judge, it would be July 28th trial or August?
Those are the two trial weeks. So we'll set for the 14th for pretrial and the 21st for docket day, and then the 28th is our first trial week, and August the 4th is our second trial week.
Got it.
Do I just simply need to use wording that the court orders that Mr. Gilbert remain in the custody of the Okaloosa County Jail pending the resolution of this case?
Yes, because he'll have to be here for trial, right?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
That works.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Judge, next case I've got is Susan Jane McFarland, 24 CF 1857. The state and I talked about this case, and we've got deposition set for June 26th, so I would ask to continue it.
No objection, Your Honor.
So depots are set for June what?
June 26th. Your Honor.
26.
And who are we taking?
Judge, I don't have that list with me.
I will try to, hold on real quick, let me see if I can find it. Joan Martin, Ernest McFarling, Amanda Namey, and Christopher Dugray. Oh, I'm sorry, there's more in this email. Casey Dew, Tia Fremgen, Crystal Setzer, Lester Walters, and the Eglin Federal Credit Union, a custodian of records there.
All right. Big day, pack your lunch.
It's not my only.
I don't ever eat lunch anyway, Judge.
Yes, it'll be continued.
Judge, the next case I've got is Paul McKinney. Judge, we've agreed, Mr. Snell and I have agreed to continue this for me to get deposition scheduled. I can't hear you. I'm serious, but I'll talk to you. I said I'll talk to you when we get inside, okay?
State?
No objection.
All right. It'll be continued.
Thank you, Judge. I'll meet you outside. Judge, the next case I've got is Nicole Medecky. Nicole Medecky. 24 CF 2794 and 24 CF 2799. Judge, we may very well have filed a waiver.
I think it was continued already, Mr. Noops, I
Was it?
think. Is that what you said? All right.
I'm sure that there was just recently a waiver filed and a motion to.
Investigator.
Just filed last week.
All right.
This case is going to 714, Your Honor.
Did the state agree under the circumstances?
Yes, sir.
Let me see where that, I thought. Yeah, and I signed the order on the investigative services and all right, it'll be continued one cycle.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, I then have Bryant Jerome Petit, 24 CF 2542, 24 CF 2622, and 25 CF 478. Judge, Mr. Gomez and I talked about this case Friday, and we've agreed to continue it for me to set depositions.
State has no objection, Your Honor.
All right, matter will be continued.
Thank you, Judge. I'll talk to you outside. Judge, I got two more left. One is Christopher Aaron Russell, 23 CF 2099. Judge, it's my understanding that he's got a pending case in Escambia County that his bond was revoked on last week, and they picked him up, took him to Okaloosa County Jail, and then Escambia came and got him. So
That's the information I had. He filled it here for a jury trial, and so he had an outstanding warrant for that.
He filled it here for jury trial?
He did.
Wow.
And the state, I filed a motion to have his bond revoked over here as well, so I want to have that one heard. At some point, I need to set that one for a hearing.
Are you prepared to hear that today, Mr. Nopes?
I am not, Your Honor.
Okay. It was filed, looks like on Wednesday. All right. Get it noticed.
Yes, sir.
Judge, the state and I had agreed, there's a specific question about, there was the use of a canine-free air search, and we've agreed to allow me to retake that deposition based upon further information that I've learned that is relevant in that type of situation. So my plan is to reset the canine officer.
All right. And the state's agreeable.
Yes, sir.
All right, matter will be continued. Bond revocation motion is to be set. Okay.
Last case I've got, Your Honor, is Jamaica Youngblood, 23 CF 2522. She is present. Judge, I just got appointed on February 14th. I think this case was a PTI recall, if I remember right. And so I'm not certain that I've got discovery yet, but I don't have that file with me, Judge, so I can't say for sure that I do or don't, but it's a new case for me, basically.
You're asking for a continuance so you can be prepared, Mr. Nopes?
Yes, sir.
Objections from the state?
No, sir. I think that we might be able to work this one out before, but we'll just move it up on here, miscellaneous days if we can.
All right. All right. Very good. Thank you.
Judge, that particular day, the July 14th, I'm going to be flying back, taking a trip the previous week, but I'll just appear via Zoom if that's all right.
Yes, sir. They'll be fine.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I have another one that's not on today's docket. He's on Wednesday's docket, but we did reach an agreement on that case. in which the state is going to dismiss the VOP and the new law with some small modifications, which I've discussed with Mr. Washington. He specifically asked that I get this taken care of today so that he didn't have to ride down Wednesday, if the court will allow me, and I did reach out to Madam Clerk with those case numbers as well.
All right,
May I approach with an order dismissing the violation?
granted. And this is Takia, Washington.
Takia, Washington, Judge, those case numbers are 23 CF 699, 23 CF 1691, and 25 CF 128. The state will be announcing a null pros in the 128 case, the 25 CF case, and then there was an order here to dismiss those VOPs with the modifications.
State?
That's correct, yes.
All right.
And I did instruct Mr. Washington to report to probation today if he's released in time to do so, and if not, that he needed to be there at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, and he confirmed he would do so.
Okay.
The next I have, Your Honor, is Thomas Ivej or Iviji. And Your Honor, that case number is 25 CF 592. I believe that he may have been told to come at 1 or 1:30, so I'll just wait and recall him this afternoon.
All right.
The next I have is Teresa Lilly, who I've asked to come back at 1, Your Honor. We're doing some small modifications to her plea
All
offer.
right.
Next I have is Douglas Neal. Mr. Neal is present. I saw Mr. Neal earlier. He may be out in the waiting area, Your Honor, but I did see Mr. Neal earlier this morning. We did schedule depots in this matter. However, we sent a subpoena with a different time than the initial notice of taking depositions were. In the meantime, the victim advocate at the state attorney's office had given the old depot time to the alleged victim. And although he was served with the subpoena, he does not speak English fluently. So I think there was just some confusion. So long story short, we need to continue this to reset that depot.
No objection.
Do you think we have time to do it before July, or should we put it on for September?
My dates are pretty booked.
That's kind of what I was thinking. And we have to coordinate an interpreter.
Yeah.
Judge, can we do a 2-cycle continuance on this, since we will need to coordinate a depot with an interpreter?
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, what, do you have that September date? Thank you. Your Honor, the next I have is Nicholas Patton. Mr. Patton is present and approaching. Your Honor, we have reached an agreement with the state. Your Honor, Mr. Patton is here in 25 CF 124. He is going to be entering a no contest plea as charged. The agreement is that he be sentenced to time served, $615 in court costs, and a $150 cost of defense. And that's all charges are adjudication of guilt, all charges are time served. May I approach?
Granted. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this matter under penalties of perjury? Okay. You can put your hand down. You heard what Ms. Jaquette said, and you signed the written plea form?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
I am 52.
How far did you go in school?
I went through first year of college.
Are you able to read and understand the plea form?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that before you signed it?
Yes, sir.
And is what you read what Ms. Jaquette just announced?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand you're pleading no contest and waiving your right to a trial by jury?
Yes, sir.
And you'll be adjudicated guilty, sentenced to time served with the fees and costs that were announced. And Ms. Jaquette, how much time to pay?
I would ask the court provide him with 12 months to pay, Your Honor.
12 months to pay. Ms. Jaquette answered all your questions about this plea and how it affects you?
Yes, sir.
Satisfied with how she's represented you?
Yes, sir.
Court will find the plea to be freely and voluntarily entered into and will accept the plea with the adjudication. You need to step over this way for your prints.
Your Honor, the next I have is Philip Pulley. Mr. Pulley is present and approaching. Oh, hey, Jason, can you grab Thomas? Sure. Mr. Koch has a companion case with this, Your Honor. Mr. Pulley is present in my case in 23 CF 1939. I'm just going to pause briefly so Mr. Koch can join us.
All right.
He has my case and then Thomas has a driving case. My case is. you want to announce your case number?
Yes.
Sorry.
Good morning, Judge. I also have Mr. Poley, and that's in 24 CF 2488.
Your Honor, I am going to be requesting that this be continued to the July docket. At that point, we'll be ready to resolve it with either a plea or trial. And I believe, given the charges in the other case, Your Honor, I think that really just needs to track along with this case that I already have.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm also seeking a one-cycle continuance. I do want to notify the court, I still have outstanding body cam that needs to be sent over. And I'm also going to give my card to my client. And if we can instruct how important it is to make that telephone conference or in-person conference with me to discuss this case before the July 14th next court case.
All right. State?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so I'll continue the cases. You need to be in touch with your lawyer. You need to go and see Mr. Koch on the case and stay in touch with Ms. Jaquid as well. And so we'll continue that. What about the body cam information, Mr. Gomez?
Looking it up right now, everything that I have has been sent. I'm doing an audit trail right now to make sure that it was sent. We'll resend. I think it was sent, and for some reason it expired before it was downloaded, but we will make sure to resend and let them know that they have it.
All right. Okay. All right, matters continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes.
Your Honor, the next I have is Chad Smith. Mr. Smith is present and approaching in 25 CF 428. Your Honor, I do think we've probably reached an agreement in this case. However, I was just appointed last week and just received discovery this morning. So I'm going to ask to continue this to the July docket with the intention of potentially bringing it back for a plea before then.
State?
No objection. That's the one we were talking about.
Mhm.
And if you reach that agreement sooner, you can set it any time.
Yes, sir.
All right? Thank you now.
Your Honor, the next I have is Catherine Stabler. Ms. Stabler is present and approaching 25 CF 337. Your Honor, I am going to ask to continue this to July. I did just receive the discovery at the end of April, and I will need to set depositions. Additionally, Ms. Stabler has indicated that there might have been a drop charges form filed at some point, which I have not received, so I definitely want to investigate that.
All right.
I have no objection.
All right, it'll be continued.
Your Honor, I did ask Mr. Vo to come back at 1 as well. We've reached an agreement with state. I just need to get that typed up.
Mr. Vo?
Yes.
Okay.
Hannah Waltman. Ms. Waltman is present and approaching in 25 CF 511. Your Honor, I am going to ask that we leave this on for docket day, plea or continue. I believe we reached an agreement with the state, but I just need to speak with Ms. Waltman a little bit further about that.
Plea or continue on docket day.
Next I have is Brent Whitner, Your Honor. Mr. Whitner, where is Mr. Whitner? There he is. He's present and approaching in 24 CF 2028. Your Honor, this is a PTI recall due to Mr. Whitner getting a new charge that is on the July docket. And based on the outcome of that case, will really determine what happens with this case. So I would like to continue this to July so that we can figure out what's going on with that other
Do you
case.
have that case number,
I apologize, I don't, Your Honor.
Madam Clerk?
I actually thought Mr. Whitner was still in custody, so I thought he was gonna be here Wednesday.
25 CF 629.
25 CF 629. So you want this to could be continued to run with the new case?
I should have it on for plea day on the 15th as well.
All right, so set this to run with, set 24 CF 2028 on plea day and to run with 25 CF 629 on the July docket.
Madam Clerk, am I appointed on that case?
Yes.
As an information to be filed? Then we'll need to come back and arrange that.
Correct.
Do you want him to come back?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, see you on the 15th. Thank you.
And Your Honor, finally for this morning, I have Kiera Wilson. Miss Wilson. Yeah, oh, there's Miss Wilson. Your Honor, Miss Wilson's case number is 25 CF 491. We were just appointed on April 29th, and I've not received the discovery yet, so I'd like to continue this one to the July docket.
Objections?
No objection.
All right, matters continued. Thank you now.
All right, Your Honor, thank you. We'll see you on the 14th of July. Okay?
Yes. Well,
And Your Honor, I'm going to run and do those plea agreements, and then I'll be back for the afternoon.
all right.
Thank you.
And we'll take our remote appearances, and then we'll take a short comfort break before we get to the other side of the docket, okay? All right, Ms. Smallwood with Jacara Potter.
Yes, Your Honor, this is with Mr. Gomez.
Mr. Gomez is present.
All right, and in this case, the defendant does have a waiver of appearance. This just came up to felony court in March, and I've been in touch with Mr. Gomez on plea negotiations. So I would just ask for a 30 or 60 days out pretrial. This one will resolve with a plea once I finalize negotiations with Mr. Gomez.
That's correct, Your Honor. I have no objection to a continuance.
All right, it'll be continued. It is 7/14 is our next pretrial date. And if you reach an agreement sooner, then you can move it up on any one of my other miscellaneous dockets. Mr. Gomez has that calendar, and just let him know.
Perfect, Your Honor. That's all I've got before you today.
All right, thank you now.
Thank you.
Mr. Wachowski.
Good afternoon, Judge. How are you?
Good, sir.
Judge, I have one matter. Pedro Enrique Montero de Jesus. He is actually present on Zoom. The state has amended the information to downward depart to a misdemeanor. I wanted to inquire with the court. This is going to be a probation offer. If we could somehow maybe handle the plea now, or if the court would like to maybe allow to do a plea in absentia, but he's probably about 2 hours away from the court, and obviously I'm in Orlando, and was wondering if possibly, since it's a misdemeanor plea, we may be able to handle it now. I spent a good 30 minutes with him going over everything we would usually do on the plea form, so he's fairly aware of everything from the rights to everything from the immigration consequences and everything. He speaks perfect English, so while we're all here, I was wondering if that's something we could do.
Yes, sir. Generally, if I do them remotely, I prefer to have it in writing just so that we have it in the file, but I'll take it in abstention in writing if you want to do that and pass it by the state. Would this be supervision by state probation or JCS?
It would be JCS, Your Honor. Just to clarify, what I did to kind of make it easy is I amended the information this morning to include a count 2. The plea would be dismissing the felony in count 1, pleading to the misdemeanor in count 2, 1129 JCS with some other conditions. I can get with Mr. Wachowski and get a written plea agreement together, and then we can actually file that with the court if that would be what you would prefer.
I think that since we're doing this remotely, I'd prefer to have it in writing so it's fully memorialized, particularly since we're going to JCS. I don't want there to be any questions about the complete terms and conditions of supervision since he'll be reporting remotely anyway, so I don't want to set up a problem with that reporting to be certain that it's clear and specific so that there's no issues with supervision and be sure we get that squared away.
Can we?
That's fine, Judge. Would he need to get fingerprints from, do I need to get him set up with the sheriff's office locally to get some fingerprints?
No.
Okay.
Do we just want to set this on a status and then?
Yeah, let's set this on our second day in June for status, and if it's all done, then you don't need to be here. That would be the only thing, to be sure that we get the plea in and get it done, and if it is, then it'll simply roll off the docket.
Sounds good, Judge. Thank you so much for making that easy. I appreciate
And
that.
so,
Thank you.
and that way, Mr. Gomez can get you the information on JCS, and if you get one of the flyers, or you can get it online also, sir, for his reporting requirements, and they allow remote reporting on that.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay?
That's all we have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, then who do I have on the iPhone? I have one last person on an iPhone. Who is that, please? All right, and we'll take a 5-minute comfort break. If y'all align your folks up as rapidly as you can, queue them up to the ones we can get out of the courtroom as quickly as possible. 5 minutes.
All rise. We'll be recessed for 5 minutes.
All right, Mr. McKinney, Mr. Cochran, which one of y'all want to?
I'll defer.
Okay.
Go down the alphabet. First up, Your Honor, I have Mr. Western Gines, case number 21 CF 498. He is present in the courtroom, Your Honor, and we leave this set for trial.
All right, State.
Judge Staley ready for trial, and for the record, score sheet reflects 265.2 months. Department of Corrections as a guideline with a maximum 305 years. I had offered downward departure of 10 years of sex offender probation with designation, and that will expire on docket day.
All right, so let me be sure I understand. The state is offering a non-incarcerative sentence with a downward departure for an uncoerced plea.
That's correct.
And the score sheet, if he's convicted as charged, is 265 months?
265.2 months as a guideline.
And it's 120 months of sex offender probation, is that what we're saying? That's your offer?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. And that's good through docket day?
Yes.
All right. And if we try this case, how many days do you think it will take?
I'd anticipate 1 day independent of jury selection, Mr. Cochran.
Well, we do have an expert. We need two.
Okay. And we'd need a panel of probably 60.
You agree,
I would
6
agree with that,
jurors?
Your Honor.
And just to be safe, 2 days plus jury?
Just to be safe.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else that we need to do to get ready?
No, Your Honor. I have to get some subpoena out, but that's it.
Okay. All right. We'll see you on docket day. And you've discussed with your client the court's position that after docket day, there are no negotiated pleas absent to extraordinary circumstances, right?
I have not yet. The court just announced that.
Yeah.
I wasn't fully familiar with that policy.
Right. And so the court's position about that is if we're going to announce a case for trial, it doesn't make sense that we would then wait to the morning of jury selection after we've called all the citizens in and had the costs of issuing subpoenas and all that, only to take a plea. So absent extraordinary circumstances, I don't accept negotiated pleas after docket day. After docket day, it would only be guilty as charged. That's the only plea I'll take unless there are extraordinary circumstances. And so after docket day, then we'll have a jury review on Friday, which is just like a trial management where we'll talk about, oh, wait, we can't try your case on Tuesday and Wednesday. We're going to have to do it Thursday and Friday or whatever. But talk to your client about what that means on the negotiated plea and not accepting that after docket day. So be sure that your client's aware of that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And so we'll see you on docket day. No, I was just going to say, yeah, I'll turn that noise on if you want to chat with him real quick.
No, I just he understood.
Okay. All right. So we'll see you on docket day. Thank you.
I don't have any. I'll call my office. All right, next, Your Honor, I have Mr. Christopher LaPierre, case number 25 CF0017. He is present in the courtroom.
All right.
At this time, Your Honor, we set this case for trial.
The state agrees, Your Honor, just in the court's awareness. I just need to speak with the victim, but this will be resolved before Monday. But we are setting it for trial just to make sure that we can get it resolved either way.
All right. So I'm a bit confused. I showed 2 cases on for today.
Yes, Your Honor.
2517 and 232112, but the 2112 case was continued.
Yes, Your Honor. We're still waiting on the court's ruling on motion suppressed.
On that one?
On that one.
Okay. And so on the 25 on the 25 case, that's the one we're setting for trial?
Yes,
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And so is plea or trial on docket day? Is that what's going to happen on the 25 case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very good. See you on docket day. Thank you.
Next, Your Honor, I have Mr. Jermaine Lee, case number 24 CF 0754. He was here. I released him. The state announced a no pros on this matter.
That's correct. I believe we filed one earlier this morning, Your Honor, but that was no process.
All right. You see that, Madam Clerk?
I do, Judge.
Your Honor, some of these I have listed. I filed motions to continue, so they may have already been taken off, but I'll go through them anyways. Mr. Todd Latendre.
I have it continued.
Yes, Your Honor, okay. Daniel Livingston, Your Honor.
Livingston?
25 CF 0520.
Yes, it's continued.
Okay. Mr. Anthony Lucy, this one is not continued, it's 24 CF 2614. He is present, Your Honor.
Say again the last name?
Lucy, Anthony Lucy.
All right, go ahead.
Your Honor, we would ask to continue this matter. It's a driving case. His license is almost reinstated. There's one outstanding fine and some DMV cost. He has done a significant amount of work since the last court date.
Good.
So he's paid off several fines, completed some required courses. So we just ask to continue this so that he can finish these last.
State any objection to that?
No objection, Your Honor. We've
All right.
told the defense that as long as he gets his driver's license squared away, we'll make a very reasonable offer to resolve it.
All right, very good. Keep up the good work, 714.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're good. I'll get you that. All right, next, Your Honor, I have Isaac Likens,
It was continued.
Kyle McCoy.
It was continued.
All right. Heather McDowell,
Continued.
Elaine McPhee,
Continued.
Heather McHugh,
Continued.
all right, Timothy McEwen,
Continued.
Kevin McNamara,
Continued.
Kirtland McNamara,
That was not continued.
Your Honor, I would like to continue this to July 14.
Right, and would previously indicated that we might have a plea, so you need more time to work through those details. Mr. Cochran, with substitution, is that where we are?
Yes, Your Honor, having just come on.
Okay, any objections with the continuance based upon the substitution of counsel? State?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, it'll be continued.
Jessica McVeigh, case number 24 CF 0214. She is present in the courtroom, Your Honor.
All right.
She was. I spoke to her during the break. We're going to announce that case set for trial, Your Honor.
All right. And if we try the case, how much time do you think it'll take to try it?
I wouldn't think more than a day with a pick and go. Or, I'm sorry, depending on it. Are we going to do the juries on the same, kind of like Monday?
Mhm.
Yeah, no more than a day.
All right, and does the state currently have an offer?
Yes.
And you say she was here, Mr. Cochran?
Yes, Your Honor. I spoke to her. I advised her we were setting it for trial. I hope she didn't think that meant she could leave. I will get this offer, and when I finish, I will try to talk to her and address the case again if the court would like.
The offer that we had given was adjudication of guilt, 2 years of probation, $1,252.13 in restitution to the Eglin Federal Credit Union, 24 hours of community service work, no trespassing at Eglin Federal Credit Union.
How much was that restitution?
$1,252.13.
Okay.
And what's her guideline sentence?
29.7 total score sheet points, Your Honor.
So she does score for she does qualify for a prison sentence, but not a presumptive.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, we'll leave it set for trial, and we'll see you on docket day then. You can chat with her about the present order.
Yes, Your Honor. Tanika McWilliams, this should have been continued.
I don't see that it was. State?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, matter will be continued.
Lewis Miller.
Mueller, it was continued.
Next, Your Honor, is a interesting case, Mr. Jackson Medina Alvarenga.
Yes.
25 CF 0305. Your Honor, I want to set this for trial. The issue is he is in ICE custody. I have filed a motion to compel. It's been set for June 12th that would asking the court to compel the state to present him for trial. But that hearing is set for June 12th. I don't intend and don't want to waive my client's speedy trial right. The issue is his ICE detention is based upon this arrest. This case is, I believe, an acquittal. And so we're trying to get him brought here sooner than later so we could have trial. But I do not intend to waive his speedy. It's not his fault he's not here. He can't get here.
What's the state's position on the motion to compel?
In speaking with my supervision, we've never been compelled to produce a defendant, especially when they're the ones that are pushing for trial. I gave an offer of pay and dismiss. I would request that this be set on Monday. I need to have a conversation with the victim, and there's a potential that this resolves itself without having to go further. I understand the defense's concerns. I would want to look into that motion a little bit more about whether or not the state would be compelled to produce the defendant, but it's a little bit of, to be quite frank, I have never dealt with this, so that's something I want to look into. But there's a potential that we could resolve this on Monday.
Okay, so I'm going to restate. You want to set the motion to compel for Monday for docket day as opposed to having it set on June the 12th?
I'll make sure that I'm prepared for that then, yes.
All right, so I'm resetting the motion to compel to secure the defendant for trial to Monday, the 19th. And at that point, we'll consider all of the defense's positions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next, Your Honor, I have Manuel Mejia Garcia. This matter should have been continued.
And say again the name?
Mejia Garcia, M-E-J-I-A.
Yes, it has.
Okay. Next, I have Mr. Raul Mila.
He's an inmate.
He is an inmate.
He's been continued.
Miss Chelsea Miller.
Continued.
Jeremy Mobley.
Continued.
Christopher Moeller, Your Honor.
Moeller.
M-O-H-L-E-R.
Yes, that's not been continued.
Okay. Your Honor, it's, we filed a waiver of appearance for him. It's 2024 CF 1064. We would ask to continue. We had depots last week. One witness was a no-show, and we had to reschedule the victim because she's in the county jail.
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
All right, it'll be reset to be continued. Reset your depositions.
Thank you. Next is Shania Morgan.
Continued.
Ann Mosley.
Continued.
Riskish Mosley, or
It was continued.
Candace Murphy, Your Honor.
That was not continued.
Okay, Your Honor, that should have also been continued. I'd ask for 714 on that matter.
State.
I have no objection. Based on my recollection of that case, I do feel like that's going to be off the docket before that 7/14 date, so I have no objection to that.
All right, matter will be continued.
Miss Rebecca Myers.
Continued.
Mr. Neil Scott.
Continued.
Donovan Newsom.
Continued.
Clayton Nystrom, Your Honor. He is present in the courtroom. This case number 24 CF 2433. And Your Honor, this case was set for trial.
State's good to keep it set, Your Honor. I don't think it would take more than a day to try if we do have to try it, but we don't anticipate this being a trial, but we'd like to keep it set to make sure that it gets resolved either way.
All right, is there presently an offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Excuse me.
Your Honor, as of right now, it's adjudication of guilt, 2 years of probation, restitution in the amount of $1,541.52 to a Donald Nystrom. No contact with the victim, Donald Nystrom, batterers intervention program, and 24 hours of community service work. His score sheet shows 22.6 total score sheet points, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And so, Mr. Cochran, you agree that it would take about a day, including jury selection, to select and try the case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So we'll see you on docket day. And you'll chat with your client also about the no pleas after docket day, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Next, Your Honor, is Albert Ocala.
Okay, it's been continued.
Brandon O'Donnell.
O'Donnell, continued.
Trenton O'Mara.
Continued.
And Juan Ortiz.
Continued.
Thank you, Your Honor. That concludes my docket.
Thank you. Mr. Koch.
Good afternoon, Judge. I'm going to call who I have present. Mr. Douglas Phillips in 24 CF 2475. Mr. Phillips. Yes, Your Honor. Since last court date, Your Honor, we did complete the deposition on the alleged victim, Mr. Larry Smith. There is one outstanding deposition, Ms. Pamela Russell, who we are scheduling, so I'm seeking a one-cycle continuance.
State.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, it's continued. Thank you.
Yes, sir. You go. Next, Your Honor, last name Pierrette, first name Jackson, 25 CF 304. Jackson Pierrette. Pierrette.
Motion to have Mr. Koch pronounce all the hard names from this point forward.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
I'm asking to set this for a docket day without subpoenas I do have an offer for Mr. Gomez. I just had not had any contact since our last court date, Your Honor.
All right. And what is that offer?
It is a withhold, I believe, 3 years, Your Honor.
I can look up to confirm. That is correct. It is a withhold. It's actually 18 months probation is the offer. Substance abuse evaluation, any treatment recommended. Court costs in the amount of $615. Community service work, 24 hours of community service work. And that would be it.
Okay. All right. Be in touch with Mr. Koch. We'll set this on docket day for plea or continue.
So you need to come back to court next Monday, 5/19 at 9. Call my office, schedule an office conference. You have my number. Okay, but definitely be here next week. Yes, sir. Next judge is Mr. Dexter, last name Pearson. He is here on 2 cases. Mr. Dexter Pearson, who's approaching. That's 24 CF 2852, 25 CF 47.
Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. Judge, I just first want to notate, speaking with my client this morning, unfortunately he never made appointments to see me, but we did get to discuss his case this morning. He informed me in 25 CF 47, that battery case, that the alleged victim went to the state attorney's office to fill out a drop request. Of course, I haven't seen that, Mr. Gomez. I just want to...
I was looking up because I was figuring you might ask for the offer. I was looking up, we did just recently receive a drop charge request from the victim in that case. So the only thing is the resisting charge that's also on it. So we would be in a position to dismiss count 1 of 25 CF 47, but I would not be in a position to dismiss count 2. However, given that, let me see if I can make kind of an amended offer, Your Honor.
So count 1's dismissed.
Count 1 and 25 CF 47 is dismissed, yes, Your Honor. My offer then, given that, would be adjudication of guilt to resolve 24 CF 2852, as well as the 1 count of a misdemeanor resisting officer without violence. In 25 CF 47, it would be adjudication of guilt, 2 years of probation, substance abuse evaluation, any treatment recommended, 24 hours of community service work, and then we would request an anger management course to be completed as a condition of probation, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I have just a brief moment?
Yes. All right, so leave it on for docket day, right?
Judge, my client wants to go to trial with these cases.
Okay.
So if we could set it for Monday for...
So we're docket day?
With subpoenas.
Okay, with subpoenas, and how much time will it take to try the case?
A day, Your Honor.
Do you agree, Mr. Koch?
We go forward on the 24 one first?
Yes.
Yes, Judge, that would be a day trial for the 24 case.
All right.
Just follow those deputies. We'll bill explain.
Excuse me, sir.
Absolutely. Yeah, do your thing.
And you're still dismissing count 1 though, right?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, yes. All right.
Yes, Your Honor, there's one matter I had that wasn't on my docket, but it was scheduled to be here today. I don't know what the status is. It's Christian Lewin. Case number 24 CF 2444.
L-E-W,
Lewin, Your Honor.
yes, Christian Antoinette Lewin, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would be announcing, I wanted to follow written, no process of this, but I'll go ahead and announce it on the record, and I'll follow written one to follow up, but we would be announcing a dismissal of this case. We attempted to depose the alleged victim in this case multiple times. There was just a flat-out lack of cooperation, as well as another witness in the case we were unable to locate, and so at this time, we would dismiss for lack of victim cooperation.
All right, matters, case is dismissed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. If I may call Ms. Tanya Pratt in 25 CF 162.
And your phone. All right.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm ultimately seeking a one-cycle continuance. I have not had an office conference with my client, but I did discuss this case this morning. She informed me that she has some witnesses she wants me to file a witness list for, so I am seeking a one-cycle continuance.
State?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Now, you're going to have to get with your attorney and provide him form a notice of those things so that he can do what he has to do with the state, okay? So I'll continue the case one time, but you're going to have to do that, okay?
Okay, continue to when?
7/14.
7:14?
Yes, ma'am.
That's the next court date. Please call and schedule that
I
appointment.
will.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
You're welcome. Judge, if I may call Mr. William Reed in 24 CF 2904.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we still have missing discovery in this case, seeking a one-cycle continuance.
What are you missing?
Judge, it would be everything, but I spoke with Mr. Snell. He told me that, I believe last week, he submitted discovery and it should be sent over to me. But as we talk right now, I have not seen any discovery.
All right. State?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, may I just have a brief moment? I guess I that we will accept this afternoon, Your Honor.
All right, so get the rest of your docket, and then we'll come back and you'll have a plea?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good.
Just have a seat for me. If I can call Mr. Jacob Roberson in 25 CF 503. Judge, I did receive the discovery from Mr. Snell in this case. I am seeking a one-cycle continuance and instructing my client to make that appointment to come to my office.
All right. State?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Roberson, I'll continue the case, but you need to meet with your lawyer. He has to have access to you to help him resolve the case, okay? All right?
You know how to make that? Judge, if I can call Mr. Elbert, last name Rice, in 24 CF 1848. Mr. Elbert Rice. Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, my office was appointed this January 13th of 25. He was instructed to make appointments. We had pretrial on March 10th. And as of today, I have not had an appointment or any discussions with my client. And I just want to the serious nature of these charges, the maximum penalty is 90 years, 90, and there's a minimum mandatory of 37. So I am absolutely asking for a continuance, but I need to have these discussions with my client. I do have the FDLE from the federal FDLE report, so I believe the state is able to go forward with these charges, but
If I'm reading this right, this case has been pending since August of '24.
The defendant was unrepresented, Your Honor, for a while.
Mm-hmm. All right. And my notes indicate that the court admonished the defendant on 310 that he must make an appointment and talk to his lawyer, and you're saying that he hasn't done so.
correct, Judge. That's correct.
Is that right, Mr. Rice?
I was currently looking for a paid lawyer. I was in contact with Dustin Rivera. So I was.
So you were looking for a paid lawyer, so.
No, I was in contact with Dustin Rivera. I'm probably going to hire him. So that's what.
So you ignored the court's order to make an appointment with your lawyer?
No, that ain't what happened. My mind was to try to get someone to represent me, because last time I came up here, he said I scored out so many amount of years or something like that. And I just contacted Dustin.
When?
This was maybe 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
We discussed the payment and payment plan.
Right. So you waited 6 weeks to do what the court directed you to do 2 months ago.
No, sir. So I didn't understand the process until getting in contact with him, but I was checking in every Thursday here at the courthouse, but I didn't understand the process until having this contact information.
Okay, so what part of me telling you had to go see him and make an appointment with him and talk to him when I told you that on 310 did you not understand?
Yeah. I should have.
Right. Case has been pending since August.
Right.
When you were unrepresented, and I'm looking back at the notes, and you were told several other times that if you're going to get a lawyer, you need to go ahead and get it. In January, I appointed the public defender because you hadn't gotten a lawyer, and you told me that you didn't look like you're going to be able to get one. So I appointed the public defender, and now you're saying you're just now trying to get a lawyer again.
Yeah,
Your obligation for part of your bond is to work with counsel to resolve the case.
Yes, sir.
And you're not doing that.
No, I'm not neglecting the seriousness of my charges and what's going on. I just thought I really just misunderstood the seriousness to talking to him. I didn't even have no contact information for him. I was just checking with him.
Well, I watched him hand you a card on 310 with his contact information on it.
Sir, then I must have lost it. I'm not trying to cause no discretion in your court. I'm here and I just want the proper representation because I understand the seriousness of my charges.
Right. Well, once again, part of your obligation of being on bond is to work to resolve the case.
Right, and I want to resolve it the best way. And I understand what you're saying, sir.
Do you?
Yes, sir, I understand that my obligation is to be in contact with him to resolve this case, yes, sir. But I was letting you know also that I had been in contact with Dustin. I talked to him this morning as well. He told me to come after court to discuss the case and more payment. But I already gave him a down payment, but I guess it wasn't enough for him to actually, you know.
All right, so let me see, I'm going to restate now, the story's changed. You say you met with him and you gave him money, but that wasn't enough money for him to represent you.
I gave him a payment, but it wasn't enough for him to take the case. He was like, all right, I'll take it. I put in this envelope. If you don't come back in 2 weeks like you say you are, then either you can come get your money back or. Then I spoke to him again this morning when I seen him.
But in the meantime, you didn't bother calling the lawyer who's appointed to represent you.
I don't, honestly, the card, I don't know what happened to it. And I didn't even know his name, honestly, till now. Like, I honestly don't know his name right now. I don't even know his name, sir. I'm just being honest. But my family is gonna help me obtain Dustin, so that's what my mind gets set on, was to come here and tell him that I was gonna get a paid attorney.
Right, which is what you said 3 times before you were appointed the public defender.
Before?
So, you know, my inclination is just to revoke your bond so that you'll be someplace where we'll know what's going on and move the case forward. Because this charge arises from activities alleged to have occurred in December of 22. The warrant wasn't signed until June of 24. You were arrested in August of 24. And you've done absolutely nothing to cooperate to move the case forward. Why should I not put you in jail where you will know where you are and your lawyer will have access to you to move the case forward?
Sir, the next time I come before you, I will have Dustin Norrell representing me. I'm not.
Well, that's going to be Monday. So you're going to be back here Monday and you're either going to have a meeting with him and move this case forward, or you're going to have Mr. Durrell, one of the two. I'm not going to take any more this willy-nilly stuff.
So
either way, you're going to be back Monday, and you're either going to meet with your lawyer and move the case forward, or you're going to have a private lawyer paid for. Either way, I'm not taking any more of this.
Yes, sir.
Case has been pending since August, and all you've done is just move the case, kick the can down the road. No more.
Yes,
Monday, private lawyer, meet with your lawyer, either way, or you're going out the back door. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. So what you're saying, I have to come back to court, or I got to be?
You got to come back to court Monday on docket day.
Yes, sir.
One of those two things. This case is moving forward.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Any questions?
No, sir.
He's handing you his card right now.
Right.
Get your phone. Take a picture of it. I know you won't lose your phone.
Yes, sir.
You may lose the card, but you're not going to lose your phone.
No matter what, you have court Monday on 5/19. If you don't have a private attorney, come to my office at 9 o'clock on Friday. That's the address.
Yes, sir.
So if you don't have a private attorney represent you, come to my office, 9 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
I got you.
Yes, sir. See you Monday morning, one way or the other.
Judge, if I can next call Mr. Kevin, last name Riley, 25 CF 341.
All right. Kevin Riley.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, I am seeking a one-cycle continuance for my client to come see me and review the deposition that we conducted in this case.
All right? Yep, you just heard me tell the other guy, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're appointed. Now, this case has only been pending for one cycle. This is your first appearance here.
Yes, sir.
If you come back, you're going to be in the same boat as the other guy. You understand? Contact your lawyer. Your lawyer can't help you if you're not in touch.
I understand.
You understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. State?
No objection.
All right. All right, it'll be continued.
That's our next court date, but, you know.
I'll call you tomorrow.
Yes, sir, Mr. Riley. Judge, if we next call Mr. Brandon Rogers in 24 CF 1525. Your Honor, this will be a change of plea this afternoon. This will be as charged, plea of no contest. Count 1 will be a withhold of adjudication, 3 years standard probation. There's the $40 per month cost supervision, batter's intervention program, maintain gainful employment, or submit 3 job applications per week. There's no contact with Grace Garner, must stay 500 feet away from Ms. Garner's work and her residence. We will reserve restitution for 180 days. While on probation, no drugs without a valid prescription, random urinalysis, no alcohol, random breath testing, and 24 hours of community service. Probation will automatically terminate after 2 years if all conditions are satisfied and there are no violations. Count 2 and count 3 will be adjudication of guilt and credit for time served. If I may approach with the plea form and score sheet, Your Honor.
Granted.
Your Honor, that's the agreement. The count 2 requires the batter's intervention that we agree to do time served on. I just want to let the court know we just transferred that requirement to count 1. So the terms of the domestic violence statute would be complied with just in count 1.
All right, so the statutory requirement, since it's time served on count 2, is being complied with by implying it on count 1.
That's correct, yes,
All
sir.
right, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this matter under penalties of perjury?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, you put your hand down. You heard what Mr. Koch said and you signed the written plea form?
Yes, Your Honor.
How old are you?
28.
How far did you go in school?
Computer high school.
All right, you able to read and understand the plea form?
I am, Your Honor.
Did you do that before you signed it?
I did.
And is what Mr. Koch just announced to me what you read in the form?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. As to these charges, do you understand you're pleading no contest?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that says to me you believe the state has the evidence to prove your guilt and you're not going to contest that.
Yes, Your Honor.
And in this case, your adjudication will be withheld. You're going to be on 3 years of probation with the fees, cost, and the special conditions that were announced, most especially no contact with the person named and the substances issues. And you may have restitution. If you've taken care of all your conditions and have no violations, then you can terminate at 2 years. Is that what you understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Koch answered all your questions about the plea and how it affects you?
Absolutely.
And you're satisfied with how he's represented you?
I am.
Court will find the plea to be freely and voluntarily entered into and will accept the plea with the withhold. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. If I can call Ms. Chantel, double last name Smith-Holman. Ms. Smith-Holman in 24 CF 1203.
All right, go ahead.
Judge, ultimately, I'd like to set this for docket day without subpoenas. This was a deposition on the alleged victim, Ms. Nicole Vermette.
Right.
We had scheduled on April 2nd, and that individual did not show. So I'm asking to set it for the docket day without subs to see if the state can make contact with that alleged.
Okay, well, please approach.
North Main Street. Call 850-683-1045.
CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer since 1999. We're state licensed and insured, family owned and operated with 24 years of local service. We specialize in shingles and metal, re-roofs, repairs, and leak specialists. For all of your roofing needs, call us today or visit our website at cqroofing.com. CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer.
Hey, I'm David at Family Vision of Crestview. We've been providing excellent optical service for Northwest Florida for over 34 years. Come in and let us take care of you.
This is Tiffany Woodham, State Farm's newest agent in Crestview. I'd like to personally invite you to stop by my office for a no-cost policy review. Let me help you start saving today. Call in, walk in, or click in at yourcrestview.agent.com.
Alex Barthay from the UPS store once again, and I wanted to let you know about our Sunday hours. We're open now 7 days a week. Normal.
All right, so we'll leave it
hours
on
that
for
you've been
docket day.
expecting, but now we're open Saturday 10 to 4.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Judge, if I could call Mr. Anthony, last name Scott. Mr. Anthony Scott? Yes. 24 CF 1298. Judge, if we could set this for docket days without subpoenas. Fortunately, since our last court date, I did not have an opportunity to talk to my client, but this case I'm confident I can work out with Mr. Snell on docket day this Monday.
Okay, well, all right. So please approach.
For years, I proudly served Florida as a state trooper. During that time, I investigated over 1,000 car, motorcycle, and trucking crashes. My mission was simple: to help the victims. Now, as an injury attorney, I can do even more to help accident victims. Hi, I'm attorney Coy Browning. If you've been injured in a car accident, I'd be honored to help you. Call or visit us at browninglawfirm.com.
All right, we'll leave it on for docket day.
See you next Monday. Mr. Scott. Yeah, definitely Monday. Next up, Mrs. Jennifer Sexton, with 2 cases. Okay, and the judges, Ms. Sexton in 24, 1 second, 24 CF 125, 24 CF 1029, Your Honor.
All right.
Judge, both cases, the state has provided the discovery. I have the FDLE. Unfortunately, I have not had any private, or I had no office conferences with my client. Please, let me finish. I spoke with Ms. Sexton today. I told her what she wanted me to do. You know, we have an offer on the table for probation. I went over. I told her the state's ready to go to trial, but of course, we never had a conversation, so can I have just one brief moment? That being said, Your Honor, my client has just informed me that she believes she's going to rehab the 21st of this month and is asking for one last continuance.
All right, state.
You know, I think that would be perfect to go along with the requirements for probation. I'd be totally good and happy that she got some help. So, if she, I guess we'd have to figure out how to resolve the case if she's going into treatment and she's going to ask for a continuance while she's in treatment. I don't know how that would work, but I'll leave it to the court's discretion. The state is ready to move forward.
All right.
I guess it's better to say I don't want to impede someone getting an opportunity to get the treatment.
Well, please approach.
Call or visit us at browninglawfirm.com.
Hi, I'm Wanda Roberts. For the last 20 years, I've been helping the residents of Northwest Florida buy and sell their
All
property.
right, so we'll
My
leave it
office is
set
just
for
one block
docket
south
day
of the
with
courthouse in
subpoenas
historic
for trial.
downtown
If you can work something out
Give
with
us
those
a
other
call
details,
at
do it. But, and if we try the case, it's one day, including jury, is that right?
I agree with that.
Yes,
Hi, I'm Michael Gilbert, defense attorney with Warrior Law. I represent those accused.
Yes, both
We can
cases
enter a
on docket
plea.
day. Which one are we trying?
A second. I'll defer to the state, but probably oldest case is 20, or
That's probably what we should do first, is hold this case.
All right, so the 24-125,
Correct, that is the oldest case.
Yes, sir.
okay. All right, see you on Monday.
I'll talk to you. Will you definitely come here Monday?
Okay.
Can you come to my office in person on Friday?
Yeah.
Judge, if I can call Mr. Kenneth, last name Simmons, 25 CF 542.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm seeking a one-cycle continuance. I did receive the discovery in April. I'm asking for that one cycle so me and my client can discuss this case.
No objection.
All right, matter will be continued.
Just call, schedule an appointment, but that's our next court date. Okay? We'll call and schedule an appointment. Yep. If I can call Mr. Dillon, last name Sloan, 23 CF 1565. Judge, if we could set this for docket day, plea, or trial.
All right, is there a current offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
What's the offer?
It'd be guidelines, which is 25.05 months, followed by 10 years of sex offender probation, Your Honor.
And in full candor to the court, he did provide me some mitigation today I've not had a chance to look at.
So that, are you saying that may change or not?
The offer may change, yes. I just haven't had a chance to review it. It was given to me this morning.
All right, so if we try the case, how much time are we looking at trying?
1 day independent jury selection, I'd say.
You agree?
I agree,
And
Judge.
60 jurors?
Yes.
Defense agrees, Judge.
Okay. All right, we'll see you on docket day.
If I can call Mr. Donovan Spears, that's 24 CF 2654. Not today. Judge, can I have just a brief second? Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, we do have a signed plea agreement, but speaking with the state, they have no objection to setting off sentencing until July 17th at 1:30.
All right. Do you want to take the plea then, or you want to take the plea now? What are we talking about?
What would you prefer?
What we discussed, Your Honor, I guess if we can enter, I guess, an open plea to not go over the terms, and my client knows if he fails to show up that date, then this plea agreement we've talked about is null and void, if that's proper to do today.
Well, if that's the reason I'm asking the question. If he enters the plea today and defers sentencing, then he needs to understand that if he doesn't show for sentencing, or if he commits a new law violation or anything else, then the terms and conditions of the agreement no longer apply, and it's an open plea to the court where he would face any potential sentencing. If, on the other hand, you're agreeing that we're going to take the plea in July, then that's a completely different issue. So that's something for y'all to negotiate with the state. I just want to know which one it is.
Judge, I believe the terms of this plea that we were given was, a stipulation was to enter that type of plea today where he knows that if he does not show up or picks up new charges, doesn't.
So it's an open plea to the court today with the understanding that if he appears on 7/17, is that what the date is?
Correct, at 1:30.
And then you have an agreement. Otherwise, it's an open plea to the court where he faces a maximum potential sentence of what?
Judge, we're going to be dismissing a few charges in exchange for the plea. However, as charged, he scores 44.7 months with a maximum of 25 years.
So he's willing to do that.
Correct.
And once again, my job is to be sure that you know and understand what you're doing. The only way I can know that is to be sure you understand all the consequences.
Yes, sir.
And that's the reason I'm going over this. Not picking on you or on Mr. Koch. I just be sure all those things are laid out. You know, my daughter told me years ago when I was telling her why she wasn't doing it, she said, "Dad, you're not normal. Nobody ever comes to see you because everything went right." So my experience has been I'm going to pick on every one of these areas to be sure that if something goes wrong, we've talked about it and you understand what those potential outcomes are. That's the reason I'm doing it, not picking on you. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Koch.
Judge, do you want me to list the terms that we're going to agree upon on the 17th?
Absolutely.
Okay, yes, sir. You just follow along with me. Ultimately, Your Honor, count 1 is going to be null prost. Count 2 will be adjudication of guilt. There's the 2 years Department of Corrections, credit for time served, followed by the 10 years of sex offender probation with GPS. We have to discuss these terms openly. There is a sex offender designation, no contact with minors, no internet cable devices, curfew of 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., adjustable by probation for work or school purposes, forfeit the seized devices, court costs, $150 in cost of defense. Count 3 will be adjudication of guilt, 2 years of DOC, credit for time served. All counts are run concurrent. With count 1 being null prost, my client understands that the max penalty, counts 2 and 3, is 20 years. And my client understands that if he does not show up July 17th at 1:30, this is an open plea to the bench. The terms I listed don't matter anymore.
Right.
My client is very well. He cannot pick up any new charges between now and July 17th, Your Honor.
And guidelines on those 2 counts would be 23.7 months.
So the minimum guidelines is 23.7 and the maximum potential outcome is the 20.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Judge, if I have a moment for my client to sign that
Absolutely,
plea form. Now, this is the plea form that we agreed upon, and you have a copy of it. And just 512. It's okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Koch, would you mind also taking the score sheet?
The state attorney handed the score sheet with that count being null pros, 23.7 months. That's that minimum. If for some reason you don't show up, you know that at least the court will hold you to 23.7 months, but we know that maximum of 20 years. I just want to show you that copy. Judge, may I approach?
Granted. Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this matter under penalties of perjury?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you can put your hand down. You heard what Mr. Koch said and you signed the written plea form.
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
24.
How much schooling do you have?
How much school I have? I went to welding school at Georgetown Technical College, and right now I'm trying to get my CDO.
Okay. You able to read and understand the plea form?
Yes, sir.
Did you do that before you signed it?
Yes, sir.
And is what you read in the plea form what Mr. Koch announced to me just now?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, do you understand by this plea form you're pleading no contest to the announced charges?
Yes, sir.
And by pleading no contest, what I understand you to say is that you believe the state has the evidence necessary to convict you of the announced charges, and you're not going to contest that.
Yes, sir.
And by doing this, do you understand that you're waiving your right to a trial by jury
Yes, sir.
where the state would have to present that evidence to the jury and convince the jury beyond a reasonable doubt of your guilt.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that you will be adjudicated? Now, let's go over once again about what this plea is. We're deferring sentencing on this plea to 7/17.
Correct, Judge.
If you show up on 7/17 and you get no new charges, then the agreement is an adjudication of guilt, 2 years in the Department of Corrections, credit for all time served, followed by your 10 years of sex offender probation, with the special conditions of the GPS, the sex offender designation, no contact with minors, no internet capable devices, the curfew, forfeit your seized devices, plus court costs and the cost of defense. You understand that would be the sentence. Now, if you receive new charges, or if you fail to appear, then this constitutes an open plea to the court, which means that the court is free to impose any sentence between the 23.7, which is your guideline score sheet, and the 20 years, which is the maximum sentence. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
By making an open plea, you're leaving it absolutely up to the discretion of the court. And just like I told the other person, if I'm just having a bad day, I can just put you in prison for the 20 years. It might not be the right thing to do, but it would be absolutely lawful. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with that, has Mr. Koch answered all your questions?
Yes, sir.
You're satisfied with what he's done for you? All right. The court will find this plea to be freely and voluntarily entered into as an open plea to the court with no agreement other than if you appear for sentencing on the 17th, the court will accept the state's recommendation on sentence. And I'll tender the score sheet back so you can deliver that at the time.
Yes,
so
sir.
there's no confusion that the sentence was imposed today. All right?
Just for clarification, that's 1:30 on July 17th.
It's 2:30, actually.
2:30.
2:30. Yes, sir.
2:30, July 17th. Yes, sir. Judge, next, if I call Mr. Brian, last name Strickland. Brian Strickland. Pass him up for now, Judge. Last would be Mark Stuper.
Well,
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Mark Stuper in 24 CF 2900. It's okay. Judge, I am seeking a one cycle. I just double checked. I did receive some partial discovery today, but there's still outstanding videos in this case. But I am seeking the one cycle continuance.
State?
No objection, I'll look, he should have all the videos I have. I'll check with Mr. Koch to see if there's a specific one that he's missing, and I'll figure out, get it to him right away.
All right. Matters continued.
That's your next court date. I'll call, make that appointment.
Yeah.
You're good. Yep. Brian Strickland. You're good. Judge, I will pass it up to Mr. McKinney.
Good afternoon. I have Javier Toro, followed by Aspen Wafer. Mr. Toro is present and approaching 24 CF 2502. Judge, we've completed the depositions in this matter, and we have started negotiations with the state with Mr. Snell. I'd like to leave this on plea or continue, because I believe that we should be able to resolve this matter outside setting a trial at this time.
State?
If that's correct, I believe we'll be able to resolve this by Monday.
Okay. See you on Monday.
Aspen Wafer. This waiver is before the court in 25 CF 484. The state has provided the restitution amount to the defense. There is additional discovery that I would be seeking in this matter. I believe that I have received some last week that I have not got to yet, in all candor to the court. I would request a full continuance for this waiver because I would need to set depositions based on reviewing that discovery. If we are able to reach a resolution, which may be sooner rather than later, if we can work on the restitution amount, then I can set this back before Your Honor.
State?
No objection.
Hold on. 7:14.
All right, matter will be continued.
Thank you, Judge. Jonathan Wallace. After Mr. Wallace, I may have Clarence Walton via Zoom. Mr. Wallace is before the court in 25 CF 126. I provided my contact information to Mr. Wallace today. This is a first time up. Based on our conversation today, Mr. Wallace wants me to set depositions in the matter. So I'm going to be requesting a continuance to do that.
This was Jonathan Wallace.
Correct.
No objection.
All right. All right, matter will be continued.
And Judge, I also have Angela Wanless in the courtroom.
Yes, sir.
I can't see the Zoom on my side, so I'll defer to the court.
Brandon's iPhone.
Might be Brandon O'Donnell is the only person I could think of, but that case was continued, if I'm not mistaken.
Go ahead with Mr.
And Judge, Ms. Wanless is before the court in 24 CF 1617. The last round of depositions at CAC have led to additional 2 witnesses, one of which is a juvenile. So I'm going to be seeking a continuance to do the last 2 depositions that I would anticipate in this case.
No objection.
All right, it'll be continued. Let's see who that is. All right, Brandon's iPhone, who is that, please?
Clarence Walton.
Say again?
Clarence Brandon Walton.
Judge, that's my client, Mr. Clarence Walton.
All right, go ahead, Mr. McKinney.
And he is present via Zoom today in 24 CF 1931. We do need to reschedule a deposition of a Okaloosa County deputy related to this matter. Additionally, my client is out of state, and we are trying to work towards a resolution in the matter. We do need to provide mitigation to the state, given his medical situation. So that's something that I certainly owe the state at this point. I understand the age of the case, but I would request a continuance until the July date to finish the depositions.
There's no objection from the state.
All right, matter will be continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Mr. Walton, that's going to be a next court date of July 14th. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
July 14th.
Yes, sir. And just keep in good contact with us like you have been.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, good day.
Thank you.
Judge, I have Cruz Watson Judge, this is going to be a PTI. May we set this on for a status on the PTI for Monday?
Just a second.
Yes, sir.
Watson.
Yes, Cruz Watson, KRUZ 24CF 2368.
Yes, sir. Status on docket day.
Thank you, Judge. Is Kelvin Watts back in the courtroom? Judge, may I pass Mr. Watts? He had just stepped out. Tuesday, actually, Mr. Watts just walked in, sorry. This is Kelvin Watts before the court in 24 CF 2325 and 24 CF 2326. The last time that we were before Your Honor, we told the court that we were trying to sort out a restitution amount because we'd effectively worked out a pay and dismiss.
Correct.
And I've met with Mr. Snell since we've had that conversation. We still need to get that dollar amount. So I'd like to leave this procedurally on docket day, plea or continue, and I believe the discussion with the state is if we don't have a finite amount from Lowe's at that point, then we will go back through the arrest report and put together a number ourselves. And is that accurate?
Right, we'll go with the dollar amounts listed in the police report. I just want to get confirmation from Lowe's is what I was trying to do. So if I don't have it by Monday, then my plan is to go forward with the amounts that are listed in the police report.
Because my client does have the present ability to pay on the restitution amounts.
Yes, sir. Okay. All right, very good. See you Monday.
That'd be clear. Okay. Yes, sir. As soon as I get that number, I'll call you.
Yes, sir.
Tuesday, Weaver. Judge, I represent Ms. Weaver in 25 CF 116. I've sounded the hallway here today. I would note that she has a pending failure to appear warrant out of Walton County.
Tuesday, right?
Yes.
State?
Well, based on that information, the state would request the court issue a capias for arrest for failure to appear today as well.
No bond capias, please.
Judge, this is Kelly West before the court in 24 CF 2148. We have reached an agreement in this matter. Ms. West is going to be entering a plea of no contest as charged. The agreed upon resolution is a withhold of adjudication, 15 years of probation, restitution in the amount of $12,000, $885.18 to Eglin Federal Credit Union at 838 Eglin Parkway Northeast, Fort Walton Beach, 32547. Court cost, $515, and a $150 cost of defense. The agreement is for Ms. West to pay on the restitution and the monetary amounts at a rate of $100 per month. She is on a fixed income, so we would ask the court to waive the cost of supervision. And we have reached the agreement that the probation is to terminate early upon completion of all the terms, primarily the restitution. May I approach with that agreement?
Granted.
My understanding is that this would be a guideline sentence, but the state would need to provide a score sheet at a later date.
And it is a guideline sentence, is that right, State?
That's correct, yes, sir. It's not a mandatory prison sentence.
All right. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this matter under penalties of perjury?
Yes, Judge.
All right. You heard what Mr. McKinney said and you signed the written plea form.
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
65,
How far did you go in school?
high school.
You able to read and understand the plea form?
Yes, sir.
Did you do that before you signed it?
Yes, sir.
And it's what you read in the form, what Mr. McKinney just announced to me.
Yes, sir, it is.
And do you understand that you're pleading no contest to these charges?
Yes, sir.
And by doing that, I understand you to say that you believe the state could prove your guilt and you're not going to contest that.
Yes, sir.
By doing this, do you understand you're waiving the right to a trial by jury where the state would have to prove your guilt?
Yes, sir.
Adjudication will be withheld. You're going to be on 15 years of probation with the requirement that to pay all the restitution, and that's going to have to be paid at a rate of, is that $100 per month?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Okay. And when's the first payment due?
I'll pay it tomorrow or today.
You're going to need to check into probation first. But you can pay us starting tomorrow.
Yeah, when do I pay it? At probation?
Probation. Is it a problem if we just say the first payment is when she reports to probation?
Within 30 days.
Can we?
Tomorrow.
Well, hold on, it's got to, the problem is it's got to get into the system, that's okay. It's all right. It's May, can we say that June?
I'm just going to put no later than June 1.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay? And then each month thereafter. All right? And early termination and completion of all the terms, and you'll have the additional terms that are contained within the plea agreement. Mr. McKinney answered all your questions about the plea and how it affects you.
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with how he's represented you?
Yes, sir.
Court will find the plea to be freely and voluntarily entered into and will accept the plea.
And Judge,
Thank
will
you.
the court waive the cost of supervision?
I'll waive the cost of supervision given the circumstances.
Jason Whelan. Mr. Whelan's before the court in 25 CF 490. May I have just a moment, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Sit down. I'm going to see if we can resolve this matter today.
All right, very good.
Vanessa Williams. Yeah, she's been in good contact with me. Can we set a PTI status? I reviewed the terms of the PTI with her on Monday.
It's Williams, Vanessa Williams?
Correct.
Any objection, State?
No objection if based on, if he has good contact with her.
Okay.
Regular
All right.
interaction, the state would not object.
All right, docket day.
Jeremiah Wright. Mr. Wright is approaching in 24 CF 2061. In this matter, the defense has filed a reciprocal witness in discussions with the state. I believe it's the state's intention to seek to depose that witness. That should be the last matter that we would need to approach before both sides are ready for trial in this matter. So I guess I would be requesting a continuance of the court.
State?
No objection. Yes, sir.
And is that scheduled yet?
The witness information has been verified and provided. We don't have a deposition date as of yet, but I can work with Mr. Snell on getting that on the books before we come back.
All right. It'll be continued.
Trevor Yates, followed by Aiden York. And Judge, this is Mr. Aiden York who's approaching. If we can go ahead and handle his case in 25 CF 168. I've reviewed the case with Mr. York. There are a few matters on the state's offer that I want to go through in more detail with Mr. York, so I'd like to come back and enter a plea on docket day.
All right, very good. See you Monday. Get in touch with Mr. McKinney so he can help you understand the plea.
Yes, sir. Judge, if I may have a minute to recall Mr. Yates at the end of the docket.
Yes, sir.
I can go ahead and call, I skipped over Alfredo Villa.
Yes.
And I may need to approach with the state.
Santa Rosa, Okaloosa, and Walton County. If you or anyone you know has been accused of a crime, give us a call. We can help.
Congratulations, Crestviews' very own Dixie Dan Powell of Powell Injury Law for your recent jury verdict of $11.5 million for your client from a death and injury against an inflatable amusement company. Recognized in 2017 as one of the top 100 civil trial lawyers in the state of Florida, and Dixie is AV preeminent rated. Dixie Dan Powell works tirelessly for his clients, as is evident by this extraordinary verdict. If you're taking your case to trial, be prepared. Contact Dixie Dan Powell and Powell Injury Law, 850-306-2667.
Back Home Bakery Cafe is 2 blocks from the courthouse on Crestview's historic Main Street. We serve handmade pastries, espresso, and lunch items, and we're open Tuesday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m., serving lunch from 11 to 2. We hope to see you soon.
Hello, I am Bonnie from Body Be Healthy here in Crestview. We have been serving the area since 1999. We're an alternative health food store. If you're interested in bettering your health, we'd like to invite you to stop by. We're located in Court Plaza. Stop by and let us help you be healthy.
I'm Amanda Gaskin with Briar Patch Realty. Helping qualifying heroes save money is my passion. When I help a hero buy or sell a home, they receive a check from Homes for Heroes. Check out amandasheroes.com for more information.
For more than 70 years, the sweet aroma of the Crestview's Coney Islands burgers and hot dogs has permeated the downtown area. If you have not experienced the unique flavor of Crestview's Coney Islands burgers and hot dogs, then I encourage you to join us for lunch. Monday through Thursday from 10 a.m. till 3 p.m., Friday from 10 a.m. till 4 p.m., and Saturday from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. We're located in historic downtown Crestview at 107 North Main Street. Call 850-683-1045.
CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer since 1999. We're state licensed and insured, family owned and operated with 24 years of local service. We specialize in shingles and metal, re-roofs, repairs, and leak specialists. For all of your roofing needs, call us today or visit our website at cqroofing.com. CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer.
Leave it on for docket day. Plea or trial.
Yes, sir.
Actually, dismissal or trial, sounds like.
It's Kyle Vincent. Mr. Vincent is present and approaching in two case numbers, 24 CF 2189 and 25 CF 265. In that matter, I filed a motion to consolidate. I had not provided an order to Your Honor.
What's the state's position on the consolidation?
No objection there. All arose out of the same thing, both cases.
Consolidation is granted, so it,
Does Your Honor wish an order?
yes, and it should go into the 24 case, correct? Into the lower case number.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
And we had done a round of depositions, mainly with Niceville Police Department in 24 CF 2189. The circumstances in 25 CF 265 relate to some testing done by ATF. They are currently not listed, but we learned through depositions that they are involved. So I would request a continuance so I could work with Mr. Snell in making sure we have the full witness list. That way we could proceed forward with doing the additional round of depositions if it's needed. We're also in plea negotiations that may resolve the matter.
All right. State,
No objection.
matters continued.
Thank you, Judge. That's coming back on 18. I just need to recall Mr. Yates. I think that's my last one. I'll defer to Madam Clerk if I miss anyone.
Well, we still have quite a few people in the gallery.
Judge, I do have a couple more that arrived, if I may call.
You may.
Julian Savidra, there he is. Judge, and he has two cases, 25 CF 118, 25 CF 121. Judge, I did receive the discovery in both those cases today. I'm seeking a one-cycle continuance.
No objection.
State. All right.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk? The last name is S-A-A Savidra.
All right, matter will be continued.
Thank you. Take that appointment. You're good to go. Next will be Mr. Daniel Sledge, who's present and approaching. This is 25 CF 50.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, Judge, this is in Mr. Sledge case. I did receive discovery this morning, seeking the one-cycle continuance.
State.
No objection.
Matters continued.
Okay. Let's make an appointment. Yes, sir.
And Ms. Villa, Ms. Oberleson, what is it you have today?
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have a new client. The last name is Larimore, L-A-W. The case number is 24DR
Oh, CF.
666. I'm sorry, CF. Well, I'm sorry. That's
25
wrong.
CF 548, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, AJ.
All right.
I filed a waiver on Friday. I was just retained on Friday. I would just respectfully request a one-cycle continuance so I can speak with the state and hopefully we can resolve this.
All right, Nathan Larimore, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you see Ms., and I'm sorry, I just drifted back and called you Miss Villa. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I answer to them all.
Do you see her appearance yet, Madam Clerk? Okay, all right.
Yes, I do.
All right, and a full cycle, and if you want to advance it, all you need to do is let us know, and we will.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right,
That's
thank
all I
you.
have. May I be
All right,
excused?
yes, ma'am, thank you.
Judge, if I may call Mr. Brian Strickland,
Strickland, please.
and that's 24 CF 1063. Mr. Brian Strickland.
Go ahead.
Judge, if we could set this for docket day with subpoenas, so this would be a trial case, Your Honor.
Is there a pending offer?
There is a probation offer, Your Honor. Mr. Snell, this is Brian Strickland. Due to the nature of the charges, this would be an adjudication of guilt, Your Honor. And the last offer that Mr. Snell provided was 2 years probation. Brian Strickland. Correct. But it was a 2-year adjudication of guilt. Yes, Judge. The 2 years adjudication of guilt, Your Honor.
All right. And if we try the case, how much time do we expect to take to try it?
I'd agree with that, Judge.
And how many jurors? Standard number?
Defense agrees, Judge.
Okay. All right. And so is your client rejecting the offer?
Today he is, Your Honor, but I'm hoping to keep that open for Monday.
Okay, and you've talked to your client about how the, after docket day, there'll be no offers accepted other than guilty as charged unless there are exceptional circumstances.
That is correct, Judge.
And what is your client's score sheet show, Mr. Koch?
Judge, the total sentence points is 40.90, so he does not score prison, Your Honor.
Not a presumptive sentence, but
Correct.
he does qualify for a prison sentence, correct?
Correct,
Because he has more
Judge.
than 22.
Correct, Judge. This is the F3, fleeing and eluding.
All right. All right. And does that offer remain open to docket day, State?
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll see you on docket day.
Actually, Judge, I want to review it, so I don't want to commit that I'm going to keep that offer. But I don't anticipate changing it. I wasn't anticipating this one being so.
Good morning.
Yes.
All right.
But that will work out in terms of the probation. probation.
Okay.
Yep, no matter what, Monday, be here, but we'll talk Friday. Excellent. Yes. Judge, if I may recall Mr. William Reed, and that was a 24 CF 2904. If you want to sign, this is my copy, if you want to sign there and date it. Your Honor, my client will be entering a no contest plea as charged. The adjudication of guilt, credit for time served, $615 in court costs, $150 in defense costs. If I may approach the signed plea form.
Granted.
I believe Mr. Snell has the score sheet. For Mr. William Reed.
Raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this matter under penalties of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you put your hand down. You heard what Mr. Koch said. You signed the written plea form.
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
34.
How much schooling do you have?
Diploma.
You able to read and understand the plea form?
Yes, sir.
Did you do that before you signed it?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you understand by this plea arrangement that you plead no contest to the announced charges?
Yes, sir.
And that you'll be adjudicated guilty, you'll get credit for time served, and have the fees and costs that you'll have to pay. How much time do you think you need to get those paid?
I'm paying almost, right now I'm also on misdemeanor probation, out of that. So can I get a year on that?
A year to pay these?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
also
You think
paying
you can do
probation.
that with the other stuff?
Yes.
All right. All right. And as long as you're making payments, if it looks like you need more time, you can ask and I'll give you more time. If you're making payments. If you're not making payments, don't bother asking. The goal is to get you to get that paid off. Mr. Koch answered all your questions about this plea and how it affects you?
Yes, sir.
You're satisfied with what he's done for you?
Yes, sir.
Court will find the plea to be freely and voluntarily entered into and will accept the plea. If you'll step over this way, please.
Judge, if I can call Miss Tatiana Page, 24 CF 2202.
Page?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
And Your Honor, today we were anticipating to enter a withhold 2-year probation offer, but Mr. Gomez needs to reach out to the alleged victims to get the final amount on the restitution. So we are asking to set this for this Monday for docket day without subpoenas, to enter that plea with that restitution number, Your Honor.
And that's correct, Your Honor. The main reason why I want to do that is these victims have since moved out of state. In the event that there is any sort of issue with the restitution, I want to be able to get us to agree to an amount before we enter the plea, so that I'm not then having to subpoena them from California all the way to Florida. They know the terms of the agreement. We're just trying to nail down the number, and we anticipate entry of the plea on Monday, Your Honor.
All right, very good. All right, see you on Monday. Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Turn it now over to Mr. McKinney, Judge.
Say again?
I will turn it over to Mr. McKinney.
All right, Mr. McKinney.
Can we call Trevor Yates? Trevor Yates.
Yates.
I represent Mr. Yates in 24 CF 2305. Judge, I sounded the halt.
All right, state.
Judge, Judge, the state would ask the court to issue a habeas for his arrest.
Issue a no bond capias.
Judge, I still need a minute to recall Mr. Jason Wheeler.
Judge, I'm sorry, we're going to call two more, please.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Matthew Sweeney in 25 CF 215. Mr. Sweeney. Judge, I am seeking a one-cycle continuance. I did receive some partial discovery. There's still outstanding body cameras. Seeking that one cycle to July 14th.
No objection, I'll look and see what the issue is with that, Your Honor.
All right, matters continued.
And if I may call Mr. Dante Simpson, 24 CF 2936. Mr. Dante Simpson. Yes, Judge. I did receive the discovery. I am seeking a one-cycle continuance, Your Honor.
All right, State.
No objection.
What do we need to do outstanding on the case to move it forward? Just looking at the arrest date and the circumstances.
Correct, Judge. My client has been called my office to schedule an appointment, and we've received the discovery today. So I'd like to have that one cycle.
Well, I misunderstood. You received the discovery today.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I apologize. The matter will be continued.
Just call and schedule that appointment.
Okay.
You're good to go.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome. I think that's all I have left under my name, Your Honor, who's present in the court.
All right. And State, I received a request again from Ms. Schlitzer, who has no attorney, to appear remotely. And I'm not sure what occurred in that regard. So, and this is a DWSL habitual. And if she's indicated that she doesn't have transport and she's located elsewhere in circumstances where her address should not be disclosed. So, but I don't see her appearance, and I don't know if that's a miscommunication. I had indicated last time she should be present. Is the state opposed to her being permitted to be here remotely?
No, sir. Has she indicated to the court that she was seeking counsel, or is she going to try to handle the case?
I didn't receive that sort of information from her.
Because I believe, didn't the same thing happen last time?
Yes.
So I have an offer to resolve the case. I don't know how to give that to her, or convey the offer to her, I should say. But I'm not.
All right, well, we'll see. We'll keep moving forward, and if that's the situation, we'll see what we can do, okay? All right, Mr. McKinney, Mr. Koch, anything else? And we still have some folks in the courtroom.
Your Honor, I have somebody who called in the courtroom.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there.
That's okay. I was chit-chatting with everybody.
Okay.
Your Honor, first of all, I have Lindsay Rogers
Lindsay Rogers.
Okay.
She should be on the docket, but when I pulled all the cases that were assigned to me, she didn't come up.
Rogers?
Rogers. And I apologize, I thought I wrote down the case numbers, but
I have her on my docket. 25, 269, 268, and 267?
Correct, Your Honor.
Right.
And so at this time, I've been made aware that Ms. Rogers has a few misdemeanor cases pending that are going to be transferred to circuit court. So I want to get everything all together in one location. So if we could continue these to the July 14th docket, that way we can try and get a global resolution.
All right, do we have those case numbers so that Madam Clerk can be on the lookout for them?
The misdemeanor case numbers? Yes.
That way, you know, the more information, the better, right? We can be sure.
I lied, but I will email them to Madam Clerk here in just a few minutes when I get back to my office. I left my misdemeanor docket sitting on my
And
desk.
the state's intention is to transfer them?
That was what I was told. Mr. Snell probably doesn't know yet. Ms. Rodriguez and misdemeanor court indicated they'd be transferring those to felony court.
Okay. That way, if we have the numbers, that way Madam Clerk would be on the lookout for them.
25 MM 261, 262, and 523.
523, all 25. Okay? And so we'll just make a note of that, and any objection to the continuance to gather these together?
I do not.
Okay. It'll be continued. Now stay in touch with Ms. Jaquith so that she can have access to you to help you resolve the case. Thank you now.
Your Honor, the next I have is Thomas Evege. So Avege or Avege? Your Honor, I called for him this morning as well, and I have not seen him. I know that he is homeless at this point, so I have not had any contact with him either. This is with AJ. EVEG.
Well, okay. All right. Okay. State?
The state would request a KP, Your Honor.
Does he have other cases pending, Madam Clerk? There's some confusion about the notice too, it looks like, between this and the other.
The only thing I will say, Your Honor, is I believe this one was transferred from Division 1 to Division 2, and I believe that happened within the last week or so. So I don't know how he would have gotten notice of today's court date, but I also don't really know how we will get him notice going forward either.
Well, he has an email registered.
Sure, that was emailed, the notice was emailed to him, so I presume that, I don't see that it was mailed to him, so you may not have gotten it.
I don't know if we could maybe leave it on for Monday for plea or continue rather than issuing the KPS right away. Let me see if I can send my investigator to look for him. I know he's homeless, but we can check the locations that he's known to frequent and see if we can maybe find him.
And Madam Clerk, I'd ask that if you can send notice to the email that is registered. He's registered an email in the case.
Are you okay with that?
I have no.
So we'll leave it on for docket day, and hopefully we'll get notice to him. That seems to be
I just hate to issue a capias because we have worked this out for a resolution to plead a misdemeanor, so I'd much rather get him here than have him sit in jail for a couple months waiting to resolve.
Okay.
Ms. Lilly?
Your Honor, this is Teresa Lilly before the court in 24 CF 2872. We are going to ask for a joint continuance to the September docket. Can we approach? I see the look on your face, so.
All right, it's continued.
Your Honor, the last one I have for today is my Vo. Mr. Vo is present and approaching in 25 CF 551. He has reached an agreement with the state. He'll be pleading no contest as charged to be a withhold of adjudication, 2 years probation, $40 per month cost of supervision. However, I will be asking the court to waive that as Mr. Vo makes about between $700 and $800 every 2 weeks, and there will be restitution owed in this case. $515 in court costs, a $150 cost of defense. He needs to complete an anti-theft course. He's to have no trespassing at Alta Beauty, complete 24 hours of community service work, reserve jurisdiction for 90 days to determine restitution. It'll be payable to Alta Beauty and Destin. And it'll be joint and several with the co-defendants. And Your Honor, I would ask that the court also authorize community service work for eligible costs. May I approach?
I was making sure.
Your Honor, I just need to make a quick amendment to the plea agreement.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, to clarify, it'll be no trespassing at Alta Beauty in Destin, no trespassing at Goodwill in Destin, and no trespassing at Earthbound in Destin. May I approach?
Granted.
And I did show Mr. Vo the amended plea agreement, and he is still in there plea. And there's no objection to the score sheet.
All right, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this matter under penalties of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and you can put your hand down. You heard what Ms. Jaquith said on your behalf,
Yes, Your Honor.
and you signed the written plea form.
Yeah, that's correct.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
How much schooling do you have?
I have a diploma.
All right, you able to read and understand the plea form?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you do that before you signed it?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is what you read what Ms. Jaquith announced?
That's correct.
Do you understand by this plea you're pleading no contest to the announced charges?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And it says to me you believe the state could prove your guilt by evidence and you're not going to contest that.
That's correct.
And in this case, do you also understand that by making this plea you're waiving your right to a trial where the state would have to prove your guilt?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you'll be on 2 years of probation with some fees, costs, and other conditions, including the restitution that may be established later. You can't go back to the places involved. And you, do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Jacob answered all your questions about the plea and how it affects you.
Yes, Your Honor.
And are you satisfied with how Ms. Jacobs represented you?
I am.
All right, the court will find the plea to be freely and voluntarily entered into and will accept the plea. I'll waive the cost of supervision.
Thank you, Your Honor. And does the court also authorize community service for
Authorized
eligible costs?
community service.
Thank you. Okay. You guys don't need fingerprints, also. So just check with her, and then, like I said, check in here, then you can go back. And Your Honor, I believe, unless the PD is withdrawing from anybody that's still here, that's all I've got. If I may be excused.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Say again? Okay. No, she didn't.
Hey, I'm David at Family Vision of Crestview. We've been providing excellent optical service for Northwest Florida for over 34 years. Come in and let us take care of you.
Mr. McKinney.
Judge, this is Jason Whalen before the court in 25 CF 490.
I'm sorry, say again the last name.
Whalen, Whelan.
All right, thank you.
Probably butchering the last name, I apologize. We have reached an agreement. In that case number, the agreement that's been reached is for an adjudication of guilt, credit for time served, $615 in court cost, and $150 cost of defense. This is still early in this case, but I've discussed that with Mr. Whalen, and he wishes to move forward and enter the plea of no contest. May I approach?
Granted. And this is guideline sentence.
We believe so, Judge.
All right. Raise your right hand for me, Mr. Whelan. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this matter under penalties of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right, you put your hand down. You heard what Mr. McKinney said, and you signed the written plea form.
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
50.
How much school do you have?
I'm a master's degree.
You able to read and understand this?
Yes, sir.
Did you do that before you signed it?
Yes, sir.
And is what you read what Mr. McKinney just announced to me?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand by this plea that you're pleading no contest to these charges?
Yes, sir.
And that says to me that you believe the state has the evidence to prove your guilt and you're not going to contest that.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. McKinney's used a few magic words with me to talk about this plea. And he said this is very early in this process. And what that says to me is that he believes that he hasn't had all the time he would like to have to talk to you about this case, to examine all the background and facts of this case, and to figure out whether or not he has any basis to challenge this case legally, factually, or technically, and make the state prove their case over those potential objections. But he's then gone on to tell me that you still want to make this plea. Do you still want to make the plea understanding those circumstances?
Yes, sir.
All right? And you believe that even if Mr. McKinney did that research or that work, that he wouldn't find anything that would benefit you in that research?
No, sir.
Okay. And so you believe, given the situation, it's in your best interest to make this plea now as soon as possible instead of waiting for Mr. McKinney to do his work?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do you understand by making this plea now, you're waiving your right to Mr. McKinney doing all of that and also having a trial by jury where anything Mr. McKinney could find could be challenged in front of the jury or in front of the court?
Yes, sir.
And once you make this plea, it's over. You can't back up.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with that, has Mr. McKinney answered your questions about the plea and how it affects you?
Yes, sir.
And are you satisfied with what he's done for you?
Yes, sir.
Court will find the plea to be freely and voluntarily entered into. Will accept the plea. Now, how much time do you think you need to get your fees and costs paid?
About 6 months.
Okay. And as long as you're making payments, if you need a little more time, all you need to do is ask me, okay?
Yes, sir.
Court, thank you very much.
And Judge, I also have Keith Williams in the courtroom.
Keith Williams, please.
Mr. Williams is present and approaching. And Judge, this is a first pretrial for Mr. Williams. I'm going to be requesting a continuance so that we may set depositions in the matter.
State?
No objection.
I guess I'm just, but the case dates from December.
It has an arrest date of February. The court saw Mr. Williams in April for a bond hearing. This is a first pretrial for this case. So I've discussed this extensively with Mr. Williams when he was in jail. There may potentially be an evaluation for mental state at the time as well that we are dealing with.
Yeah, there is some confusion here because the arrest was 12/4.
Correct.
Okay. And so it looks like we did have, because there was no information filed, right?
Correct.
The first time up. Okay. That explains it. Okay.
But we have received the discovery. We have what we need to move forward, but I would request a continuance to do a round of depositions.
All right. All right. Very good. And with the state's agreement, it's done. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Madam. Mr. Koch.
Just in front of, to the court, if I may call the two remaining unrepresented individuals in the courtroom?
Yes.
First one would be Mr. John Midget and 22 CF 2571, who's now approaching.
Yes, Your Honor. This defendant is technically pro se. After speaking with him, he's been in very constant communication with me. We're going to give him the offer of a withhold with court costs. He has returned the property that was the subject at issue to Lowe's, and he's made some payments. And so for those reasons, we just want to do a withhold in court costs. We're not going to impose any of the outstanding restitution or anything like that. It's just going to be a withhold, pay the court costs, no probation to follow, and be done with it, Your Honor.
All right, so it's a withhold court costs, and that's the whole plea.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and you feel comfortable you can do that without the help of a lawyer?
I'm not sure what you mean. Do what?
Do you feel like you can accept the state's offer without the help of a lawyer?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
That's okay, that's okay. We do this every day and you don't. So, because as you've heard me say a couple times today, my job is to be sure that people know and understand what they're doing. The only way they can do that is by me asking these questions. Everybody's entitled to have a lawyer represent them. And if they can't afford a lawyer, then the Constitution, both state and federal, say that the government has to pay for you to have a lawyer represent you if there's a possibility that you could go to jail. And in any criminal proceeding, there's a possibility someone could go to jail. And so that's the reason I'm asking the question. And so if you feel comfortable, you can accept the state's offer without the help of a lawyer. That's the purpose of the question. That's the only reason I'm explaining that.
I apologize, sir.
That's okay.
Yeah, I feel comfortable.
Okay. And so what the state's offering is that you would plead no contest to this charge, which would say to me that you believe the state could prove the charge against you, but you would waive the requirement that they prove it. You would have a withhold of adjudication of the charge, but the charge would still be there on your record, and that you would pay your court costs, and then you'd be done today.
Understood. Yes, sir.
Are you willing to do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the nature of the charge against you is a theft charge.
That's correct.
And so that could have consequences on you, even though it's a withhold of adjudication later. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this matter under penalties of perjury?
I do.
Okay. And you can put your hand down. So you understand that you're pleading no contest.
Yes, sir.
And by pleading no contest, you're telling me you believe the state could prove these charges against you regarding the theft that's been alleged against you from Lowe's?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you understand by making this plea, you're waiving your right to force the state to prove that in front of a jury?
Yes, sir.
And by waiving that, then the case will be over today. Your adjudication, you would not be adjudicated guilty, and you would have to pay your fees and costs, which the proper fees and costs would be, Madam Clerk? $515. How much time do you believe you need to pay that?
I could do that at least in a few months.
Is 6 months enough time, you think?
That's plenty of time, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So provide you 6 months to make your fees and costs and your payments. Excuse me. Do you have any questions about the plea, or do you understand fully what you're doing at this time?
Yes, sir, I understand fully.
All right. The court will find the plea to be freely and voluntarily entered into, and will accept the plea and provide you with the 6 months to get your payments made.
Oh, understood. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Judge, I believe that leaves the court with Luis Tamayo Correa, who is pro se. I've informed court security that we likely need an interpreter.
All right. Did we get our interpreter?
She's in 1B, but she's been informed, so she'll be up here.
Do you speak English at all? Just a little bit?
Spanish.
Okay. We're waiting for an interpreter. Okay, but I can't use her, if you would just explain to him, we're waiting for the interpreter, and as soon as she's here, we'll proceed.
Okay.
And if you'll have a seat, we'll be with you in just a minute. Fran reached out to her to give her the... All right, so who else do we have? Madam Clerk, let's go over the list. All right, y'all listen up and see who we got. Anthony Patterson.
Yes, Your Honor, 25 CF 69, did file a waiver. Speak with Mr. Gomez, if we can set this for docket day with no subs to see if he can locate the alleged victims.
It'll be, the idea of being judge, if we can't get up with them by Monday, I'm going to be dismissing the case, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. So docket day, victims or dismissal, right?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right.
Corey Pelnitz.
Judge, I did file a waiver. We did receive the videos in this matter. I'm seeking a one-cycle continuance. I'm setting a deposition with the alleged victim.
State.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's continued.
Joe Pettit Jr.
Correct. I did file a waiver, Your Honor. I received the FDLE from the State Attorney's Office. I am setting 3 depositions with law enforcement. Mr. Pettit did come to my office for conferences last week.
No objection from the State, Your Honor.
It's continued.
Lloyd Craig Poole.
Judge, this was set for a status. I did file a waiver. Mr. Poole came to my office on May 7th. I believe he did already sign the order. We are getting that second copy about. I believe the order was signed on the 9th.
All right, it'll be continued.
Chad Eric Powell.
Your Honor, first time up, I did file a waiver. My client now has a valid driver's license. I am seeking a one-cycle continuance, but I believe me and Mr. Gomez are going to handle this. I'm trying to get this dropped ultimately, Your Honor.
You want us to leave it on for docket day? Let's see if we can get it dropped by docket day? Huh?
Yes, Your Honor, let's do it.
Okay.
Ernest Lee Powell Jr.
Mr. Ernest Powell, I did file a waiver. We did complete and finish the 9 depositions. I'm seeking a one-cycle continuance. My client wants to review those and the body cam. I did receive the body cam, and they're still outstanding the FDLE report. This is AJ's case, Ernest Powell.
And I've already requested the day that we did the depots, we realized that there was not the FDLE report, so I've already requested that, Your Honor. So we will be ready come next cycle.
Trishana Prescott.
Judge, this was, if we could set this for docket day without subs, can I approach with Mr. Gomez on this?
Yes. Leave it on for docket day. Let's take care of our case with our interpreter so we can get her on to our other business. Madam Interpreter, raise your right hand. Do you swear to interpret these proceedings truthfully, adding nothing and subtracting nothing? All right. What's your name, please?
Luis Joan Tamayo.
All right. You're here today without a lawyer. Would you like a lawyer to represent you?
Sí.
Are you able to afford a lawyer on your own?
Ahora mismo no. Right now no.
All right. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you at this time. You'll be required to complete the application and turn it in. I'm doing it this way so that you'll have the lawyer help you complete the application because of your challenge with language.
Judge, may I have one moment?
Yes, sir.
And Judge, in speaking with Mr. Tamayo Correa, I believe the state today was making a reduced offer of plea for a reduction to a misdemeanor. That would still likely have some immigration consequences that Mr. Tamayo Correa wishes to discuss with me. And I would ask if we could leave him set for Monday, so that I might try to answer some of those questions before he enters the plea. Do you want to leave it on for docket day or pass it a whole cycle? I would like to leave it on for docket day. Okay. All right, we'll leave it on for docket day. Be sure to talk to your lawyer. Come back to court next Monday then.
El lunes que viene. Vale. Ese es el número de...
Yes.
Okay.
The number. And then schedule a time to interpret. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Interpreter.
Thank you.
Judge, do we still need probation? I don't think we need probation. We always need probation, but we don't need them right now, I don't think. Thank you. What was that last name? Price.
Mr. Price's two cases, Your Honor, 24 CF 1926 and then the 25 CF 254. I was just double checking that 24 case for this. I'm seeking a continuance, Your Honor, one cycle. Sorry about that. Waiver of appearance and just still outstanding discovery in that 24 case, Judge.
What are you missing?
Just on my end, I don't have anything.
It was sent, I'm showing that it's sent to you literally in January.
I would, Mr. Gomez, I mean, I believe you. On my end where it pops up, I don't see anything in the 24 case.
Okay. We'll make sure to get it to you, but again, just,
But I'm seeking one cycle, Your Honor, and I'll get together with Mr. Gomez, get that 24 case in order.
All right.
Willie Angelo.